What up, Geeky? Altered Vibes here. Just wanted to say congratulations on 2 years of the podcast. That's super exciting. And I'm stoked to hang out and celebrate with everybody on Monday. So we'll see you there.
Hey, Geeky. Hey, guys. So, big deal. 2 years, brother. I couldn't be more proud of you, man. Happy anniversary.
Happy 2-year anniversary, MycoGeeky Podcast.
Happy 2-year anniversary, MycoGeeky Podcast.
Feliz aniversario, MycoGeeky Podcast. Saludos desde Xalapa, Veracruz. Tu amigo Gabriel.
Hey, big shout out to MycoGeeky on 2 years. Much love.
Happy 2-year anniversary, MycoGeeky Podcast. Thanks for all the mad knowledge you drop, featuring the best in the community. Keep doing what you're doing, dude. Peace.
Happy 2nd year anniversary to the MycoGeeky Podcast. On behalf of all Australian hobby mycologists, thanks very much for the content over the last 2 years. And here's to plenty more. Thank you.
Welcome to this very special 2-year anniversary episode of the MycoGeeky Podcast. You know, I can hardly believe it's been 2 years since we started this little journey together, diving headfirst into the world of mushroom cultivation and the amazing myco community that's grown alongside us. I've been part of this community for over 3 years now, and throughout this time, I've had the privilege of making literally hundreds of online friends, connecting with like-minded enthusiasts, and even encountering a few harsh critics along the way. This journey has been more than just exploring mushrooms. It's been about personal growth, about learning, and becoming part of something much bigger than myself. Like many of you, my path to this community started with a very personal struggle. I've battled ADHD my entire life, and it's been a challenge to find focus and balance. But being part of this community has shown me that I'm not alone. I've seen just how many people are dealing with unaddressed and unmet mental health needs, not just here in the US, but all over the world. That's why I'm so passionate about this work, and why I believe that everybody deserves the chance to grow and explore this medicine for themselves. I truly believe that these mushrooms are magical, and they can offer therapeutic benefits, and that by understanding and cultivating these incredible mushrooms, we can find new ways to heal and support our mental well-being. And I think we have the right to do that. So as we celebrate 2 unforgettable years of podcasting, I want to thank each and every one of you for being part of this journey. Your support, your stories, and your passion have made this all possible. Here's to many, many more years of exploring, learning, and growing together.
The MycoGeeky Podcast is 2 years old already? I can't believe it. Congratulations. Much love to you. I cannot wait to see what you have in store for us next.
Hey, Geeky, what's up, man? Just want to say happy 2-year anniversary on your podcast. Fucking awesome. Keep it going, bro. Thanks. See you guys later.
Hey, everybody. Donnie Brasco here. Just wanted to do a quick shout out and say congratulations to the MycoGeeky Podcast on the 2-year anniversary. Much love.
Happy 2nd birthday, MycoGeeky from Flourish Labs. Congrats.
Happy 2-year anniversary, Geeky.
Hello, Geeky. Congratulations on 2 years of the podcast. It's been really special watching you form what is without a doubt the best podcast in mycology, and keeping science and truth and integrity at the focus of everything you've been doing. So thank you for introducing so many people to so many amazing guests and amazing stories. And here's to another 2, 5, 10 years, however many years. Congratulations and have a great time.
You're listening to the MycoGeeky Podcast, a podcast that inspires people to grow mushrooms at home to improve their mental, emotional, and physical health. Most people call him geeky, and he is a passionate mushroom cultivator, advocate, and educator. Every week, he sits down with fellow cultivators, mushroom educators, scientists, and therapists to discuss the various ways people can approach mushroom cultivation and how mushrooms can be used to improve their lives.
All right, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the MycoGeeky Podcast, the podcast that goes deep so you can level up your at-home mushroom cultivation game. I'm your host, MycoGeeky, and we got a good show tonight. Oh, just like maybe 20 people showing up. Some of your faves, so a couple new people. Some of my friends. So anyway, before we get on to just catching up with what everybody's up to in their Myco lives, first I want to shout out my Discord mods. You guys are the best. Chit-chatting a little bit this morning with everybody. Love you guys. Really appreciate the friendships that I've built there. And look forward to seeing what new mods I have coming up in the future. Anyway, what else we got going on? Oh yeah, that's right. We got the Ohio Mushroom Festival coming up September 12th through the 15th. That's like Thursday through Sunday. Prime time is definitely Saturday, Sunday. I know not everybody can get their days off beforehand, but if you want to cruise down Saturday, Sunday, it's going to be a good time. And in honor of that, I said, let's start bringing some of these lecturers, some of the foray leaders, some of the awesome people that are going to comprise the Ohio Mushroom Festival this year. Let's bring them on the show. Let's talk to them. Let's find out why they're awesome and why you might want to consider showing up. Tickets are still available. I think the pre-discounted tickets are done at this point, but you can still buy the full weekend package, admission and camping. I think that's $150 for 4 days. Or you can buy a 1-day pass. A lot of people can only show up for a day. That's cool. Pick your day, what day you want to see, who you want to see, and $50 gets you in the door. Anyway, so I reached out to a few people, and one person I was definitely wanting to get on the show anyway, so I sort of cheated. I said, hey, why don't you come on and talk about what you're going to do at the Ohio Mushroom Festival? She's got an Instagram. She's got TikTok. She's just trying to create quality content, help people who want to ride this little mushroom wave, want to, see what mushrooms are all about. She's creating content that help people understand mushrooms, understand foraging, all that good stuff. I'm talking about Mellisa Ketelsen. I'm gonna bring her on the show right now. What's up?
Hi, it's an honor to be here.
Oh, the honor is all mine. You're the one doing all the amazing TikToks and all your videos, man. I'm learning so much from watching your videos.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the 2-year anniversary of your podcast.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, you just kind of happened to fall on this one, so sorry you had to listen to that really long intro package, but part of the deal. Anyway, so why don't you do this? Let's tell everybody about you, who you are, what you do. Let's assume not hundreds of thousands of people already follow you and all that stuff. Who are you? Particularly, who are you as it relates to what you do on social media?
Yeah, so I'm just a forager. I did not go to school, but I did work for the park system in La Crosse County in Wisconsin for a few years, and that's where I found my love for mushrooms. I have battled a lot of autoimmune diseases, anxiety, and all of that stuff. So when I was mowing the lawn one day, I found chicken of the woods. That was my first mushroom. So one of my coworkers knew what it was. He told me, oh, take it home, cook it up. And I'm from the inner city of Milwaukee, so I've never touched a mushroom in my life. And I went home and I cooked it. It was really tasty. I was on Google looking it up, and I realized I had 21 grams of complete protein in a cup, which is the equivalent to chicken. And I realized, I started reading all these health benefits, and I was like, wow, this is free in my forest. And I'm from the driftless area of Wisconsin, which is abundant for foragers. And it was just, from there, it was just an obsession. Every single day on the lawnmower, I worked by myself, chainsawing. I plowed snow for the county. So I have my earbuds in, and I'm listening to 5 to 8 hours of podcasts every single day. I started reading books on my breaks, and I became obsessed. And then eventually my family thought I was nuts, and I would post these little videos of, this is how I know this is Pleurotus species and not Pleurocypella porrigans, and this is why. And then it started just getting a lot of views and a lot of attention. So I was like, this is fun. I'll keep doing it. And then eventually I was able to start I started doing like free dinner forays because I was a chef before the park system, and I'd worked in the restaurant industry for like 10 years now. And I said, well, what if we combine the two? And in Viroqua, Wisconsin, I started holding these really big forays where I invited people for pretty cheap because I'm not an expert and I'm not super experienced. And they ended up being the best times ever, and it fulfilled me. So,
Love it.
yeah.
Well, so that's a new one on this show. The how you fell down the rabbit hole. We're all down the rabbit hole. It's just the way you got there is totally different and kind of cool. But yeah, the free food angle. Yes, I have heard that one before. That I like to forage because I mean it's free food just sitting there in the woods. It's gonna go bad if I don't find it. I gotta find it. So I can relate to that. Nice. So now, so did you start posting the videos? As I've had a lot of guests say it was really like a way to catalog my learning or to keep track of, is that kind of the case for you?
Yeah, so I really started getting into soil microbes. I stumbled upon Jeff Lowenfels, and that's like I just started studying microbes. And as somebody who doesn't have, I'll be honest, I barely have a high school diploma. I started working at the age of 15 and just full time. So there was a lot for me to catch up on just on basic knowledge and science. So I did. The videos for me are very much a catalog of, I go back and I listen to them. Some of my videos, I'm actually in Volt toilets just talking about Inonotus obliquus. I'm like, this is going to help me later on. And I just keep it public because I think it should be public. If people I know want to know more, that's great. I really love it.
That's awesome. So yes, how do you know what is going to just get your goat, just pique your curiosity? What's going to just make you become freaking obsessed? You just never know when that's going to happen. For you, it was mowing the lawn and stumbling over some chicken of the woods. I love it. It's great.
Yeah.
Now, so is chicken of the woods your favorite forage mushroom? All right, top three. I want to hear top three.
Okay, well, top three coming from Wisconsin, obviously hen of the woods, Grifola frondosa, black trumpets, gosh, and then hedgehog. I would have to have hedgehogs up there. I know morels are up there too, but I'll be honest, after the morel foray we had, I think those kind of got knocked down my list. I think I had too many morels. So
yeah, they're good, but you know what? I don't think they're my top three either. I'm with you on trumpets. Trumpets might be number one for me. Chanterelles are right up there. And you can't go wrong with hen of the woods. I mean, that's a solid top three. I like it. So, all right. So what are you doing so you're from Wisconsin, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're from Wisconsin. You're doing your thing up there. How did you come to get involved in the Ohio Mushroom Festival? And what are you going to do there?
Yeah, so the Ohio, I was reached out to. I was in California last winter. I got to meet a lot of my academic heroes, and I met a very lovely lady named Anisha, and she was the one that reached out to Vince and was like, hey, we met in California, and she was so kind to me, and I really enjoyed her spore print class. And in Ohio, I will be talking about the soil food web, which is more so ending up what I'm very passionate about, just besides the culinary aspects. I working in the parks and taking care of invasive species and learning about just soil overall. I realized really fast how important our soil is to protect our foraging future. So I'm going to be helping people understand how mushrooms grow. So we'll be building substrate. Now it won't be a very sterilized environment, but I've done this class a couple times now, and it's really helped people understand, because the biggest question I get is, are we just putting soil in a pot and growing a mushroom? And the answer is no. So even if they don't work, and even if it's not the most sterile environment, people come out, they've been loving this class, and it's just made me very happy to give it, even if it's not, a lot of times we have been growing molds, but I'm constantly working on trying to make that better. So hopefully we can grow mushrooms, but That is the hardest part.
You're not the first mushroom cultivator to grow a little mold, so
Yes.
it's okay. we all are inadvertently talented at that at different times in our cultivation careers. It's okay. Well, that's cool. Are you doing any forays? Are you popping in, doing the lecture and leaving? Are you because I think the mushrooming might be all right down there this year.
Yeah, I'm staying the whole weekend. I know I was put down as like somebody that can help with the forays, which totally, yeah. I mean,
Cool.
I'll be there all weekend, Thursday to Sunday.
Nice. Fun. Well, and what is her name? Anisha,
yeah.
Anisha, I think I know who you're talking about. I met her. She's so nice. I
Yeah.
don't know her well, just kind of briefly met her, but yeah, that's great. That worked out. I don't know if is she coming this year? Do you know?
Yes, we will be
Yes. Okay,
camping
cool.
next to each other.
Awesome. Very cool. Nice. Well, guys, all I got to say is Melissa's fun. Her enthusiasm is infectious. She does a great job with her content. I learn something every time I watch a new video. You guys should check it out. I got all her links in the description below, so be sure to check it out. And more importantly, if you're somewhat near Ohio, think about coming out to the Ohio Mushroom Festival. It should be a good time.
Heck yeah, it's gonna be a blast.
Cool. All right. Well, I will see you in what? Now it's not even 3 weeks. Vince been saying it's like 3 weeks. I think it's a little more than 2 weeks, but we're getting there. It's getting, what do we got? I don't know.
Just like
2.5 weeks. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, thanks for stopping by. We'll have to have you on, talk a little bit more in depth another time, but until then, keep doing that great content. I love it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It was an honor to come on.
All right. Take care.
You too.
All right, guys. All right. That was Mellisa Ketelsen. She's got some real cool content. I don't know about you guys. Man, all I want to follow, because if I don't tell my social medias what I want to see, it's going to just start guessing, and that can go south real quick. So, go give her a follow, check her out. If you're going to Ohio Mushroom Festival, be sure to check out her lecture. It should be fun. I'll be there. All right. So, guys, before we get all the way into this, the homie Stealthy Spores, he's got a new deck out. He's got the summer deck. God dang, I think he's got 4 decks out already, with all sorts of cool characters and contents. Cataloging what we're all about here in this community: genetics, growing new mushrooms, having a good time. 2024 summer deck. Check it out. Right there, you got a little sneak peek. You got a little yellow umbo. I believe that was recently. I think Stealthy did like what's your favorite cross right now, and Yoshi Amano's yellow umbo won that. Congrats. It's a great cultigen. If you haven't grown it, you guys should definitely give it a try. And if you don't have a summer deck, you should definitely go grab one. Let's see what else we got here. Summer deck. We got the homie Mushman 9000. Shout out to Mushman 9000. I mean, who knows, guys? He might be here tonight. We'll see. And then our buddy Brandon, Dirty South Mycology, rest in peace, and a classic Penis Envy. All right, deck is looking good. I think I was supposed to have a deck in the mail today or yesterday or something like that, and I was going to show it off in person, but it did not arrive, thanks to UPS. So shout out to UPS for being slow. Anyway, also, I got a Patreon, and the Patreon, unfortunately, was really hoping that YouTube was gonna, be how I generated income, putting all this effort into the podcast. But we talk about growing magic mushrooms, and as a result of that, or as a result of a bunch of haters or AI, who knows what it is. I'm just getting demonetized. Pretty much everything gets demonetized. So not making any money on YouTube. So started a Patreon. I would love for you to support me on there. I got pretty cheap options. I got, modest options. Either way, if you're a fan of the show, if you watch a lot of shows, I'd love it if you considered supporting me there. You just go to patreon.com/MycoGeeky. You can literally just put in like a Google search, just Patreon, MycoGeeky. Pretty sure the right link's going to show it for you. All right, before we move on, I'm going to also hit this mission statement. I had a couple comments over the last couple weeks where I was like, all right, did people forget what my show is about? So we're going to remind everybody. All right, we're here to educate and inspire mushroom cultivators and enthusiasts on the art and science of mushroom cultivation while delving into the medicinal, therapeutic, and societal aspects of mushrooms, including discussions on integration therapy, spirituality, and the decriminalization movement. If you feel like I'm not doing that, let me know. Get me back on track. But I think that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, okay. I think I've been catching a little heat. I'm talking a lot about foraging. I like mushrooms. There's mushrooms in the woods. I go look for them. What are you going to do? But if you guys just continue to tell me that you don't like that, fine, I'll listen to you. But right now, I'm trying to provide, content for a lot of people. And not everybody cultivates mushrooms. So, we got to do a couple other things. So it's okay if you don't watch every week. If you're really not into that, no worries. It's all good. All right. So with that said, 2 years. It's been a lot of work. Not even gonna lie. Anybody thinking I remember there's a time when I was like, you should go out and start a podcast. You should go out and do a YouTube channel. If somebody's got to tell you to go do it, don't do it. You gotta already just want to do it because it is a lot of work. It's a lot of sacrifice. It's a lot of commitment. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of time. But you want to know what? I 100% absolutely believe that this mushroom is magical and it can change people's lives. And when I work in the ER, all I see are people hurting, not just from physical pathologies, but from mental ones. And I'd say the mental health crisis we're currently sitting in pales in comparison to where I think it's going to go. And I really hope our society and the societies around the globe embrace more research around psychedelics. That is what I am hopefully encouraging people to become a part of, is your own research, to take control of your own consciousness, your own healing. And if Western medicine is failing you, this is something you could try. So that's kind of where I'm at. All right, guys. So we got a bunch of guests. We're going to pull them on one at a time. Do just a quick little 5-6 minute powwow with everybody. See what they've been up to. And then at the end, we're going to do a nice little roundtable. We're going to talk about kind of the current state of the myco community and where it's going to go, where it should go, opinions. We're going to end on opinions. All right. So first up, I think he was first on deck here. So he wins the first in line award. He is one of the most phenomenal pans growers that I know. And there's a handful of pretty amazing pans growers in my Discord for sure. But he's definitely a superstar. I'm talking about Altered Vibes. Here we go. Pulling him on. What's up?
What's
How you
up,
doing, man?
Geeky? How's it going? Hey, everybody.
Man, just hanging out. I got this echo. We got to get rid of that. Let me figure out where that echo's coming from.
Are they coming from me?
Possibly. I think I might have just fixed it. There we go. All right, cool.
Perfect. All right.
All right, dude.
Hey,
I like
happy 2 years, dude. Congrats.
Thanks,
this
dude.
is awesome.
Appreciate it. All right. So, just so everybody knows, when we were down in Mexico, we found some pretty dang big pans. I'm gonna tell you right now, there were some big boys down there. I managed to snag a couple, bring them back, bring some prints back, and I was like, I could work these and screw them up and not do them justice, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna send them to the homie Altered Vibes. So we'll see what he could do with them. I have a feeling some good stuff.
We're gonna mess around with them and see what we can do.
Yes, I like it. And I remember you saying that you like to pick the biggest cap, clone the biggest cap. So I was like, oh, I gotta give this guy. I gotta give him these prints. These are big.
The prints on those things are huge. Like, I wish I would have seen them in person. That's for sure.
They were pretty sexy. Yes, even though they were, where they were located, maybe not quite as sexy, but yes, the mushrooms themselves pretty great. Cool, man. So what have you been up to? I honestly have not been keeping track of your progress. I am not in the pan only. Our channel and Discord for you guys watching is called Only Pans. So it's free.
Yep.
This channel's
it
free.
is free.
It doesn't cost
no
any
paid
money.
subscription.
No.
But yeah, no. I mean, I'm still messing around with pans. I'm kind of gonna take. I think I'm gonna take a page out of Ed's book and do kind of the lower tech tent with the diaper tech, and since we're taking it back to spore, I might as well, if I'm gonna change stuff up, it needs to be now. So I'm gonna mess around with that. Dude, I've been growing gnats like crazy, like the Aphnatalensis. I got
cool.
some green cap and black cap spores that I've been running. We're pheno hunting those right now, which is a lot of fun. But yeah, those are amazing. The colors that come out on those are really cool.
I've
as
not
they
run
age
green
a little bit.
caps. Which do you like better, black cap or green cap? You got a favorite right now?
We're coming up on we're in the submission time for the Third Eye Cup, which it looks like it's going to happen every other year from Entheo Cup, and so
Okay.
I'm about to submit the black and the green cap gnats to see how they test potency wise. But like the black caps look super potent, but the greens are just beautiful.
Okay.
The real green color that comes out, it blows my mind. So I'm going to see if I can clone quite a few of those and see if we can get those going. But yeah, I've been focusing a lot on the gnats. I love them. They're great all around. They're wonderful for microdosing. They seem to be a bit more gentle than cubes when you're doing a heavier dose. So I like that. But yeah, gnats and pans are what I'm focusing on right now. So
Yeah,
I'm
dude.
also focusing on I'm making a journal that I'm trying to do, like a
Okay.
lab journal that's got like, some of my favorite recipes in it, just a little high level overview of stuff, kind of for beginners, and then like enough places to keep notes on, 50 or so grows.
I like that.
So I know a lot of people don't know where to I personally didn't know where to start when I was like, well, what notes do I actually need to keep track of? What's going to be helpful? What's not necessary? So a little template for that. So that's coming up. I'm finalizing that, but yeah,
It's good. It's kind of like a book that kind of holds your hand a little bit, but then also encourages you to keep track of what the hell you're doing.
100%. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
That's what I need.
Just a nice little guide. Cause I forget even writing down notes still. So having prompts, I think, will help me a little bit.
That's good. Or you can do what Dichotomus Geese does, which is he just writes a novella on the lid of his petri dish. I mean, dude, I'm not kidding. It's covered. It's covered. Yes.
That's
and
awesome.
I'm like, and then I'm in a predicament. Do I duplicate everything he wrote? I can't do that, but then it'll all be lost. But then I know he's got it. So that's what I do. Yeah, a book would be good. That's cool. I like that idea. Cool, man. Well, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what you do with those pans and seeing how the black and the green cap gnats turn out. That'll be cool. Do you feel like you've worked both of them equally, or have you sort of worked one a little bit more than the other?
I'm sort of in the earlier stages of working them. But yeah, I mean, they're pretty much tied right now. I've found equally interesting phenotypes in both. The crazy thing too that I found, like in second and third flushes of the black caps, I'm getting a lot of low spore stuff that, like, even when I'm brushing with a swab, I'm not really getting a whole lot. So I'm sure I'm probably getting something. I do need to get a microscope to take a look at that. But yeah, that's kind of the other thing I'm kind of scooting into as well, is making some swabs and stuff. So I'm going to have some genetics available too, not too far down the road. But yeah, like I said, it was pretty cool to see that many low spores coming out of the black caps, the kind of the multi-spore grows. So
must be a thing them gnats do, man. Yeah, I mean, Yoshi's and you're talking about it, and I think Natural State just posted something that was like low spore AFF.
I saw that too.
Be a thing.
Dude, and it's good because some people are allergic to spores. So I mean, not having that present at all is pretty cool. So yeah.
Cool, man. All right, dude. Well, thanks for doing this one-on-one. We're gonna keep going through everybody, and if you're around at the end, great. If you're not, good night.
Sounds good, man.
All right, see you, dude.
Yep.
All right, guys. All right, next on deck, You guys might have heard of him. He's grown a couple mushrooms. In fact, right now, I think he's sitting in a bed of them. I'm talking about everybody's favorite cultivator, Dave Wombat. What's up, Dave?
What happened?
Nada, man. Where are you? Did you fall down in like 189,000 quart tub?
Well, it was kind of like I was like really just kind of experimenting with the StreamYard thing, and I discovered that I could put a background behind myself. And this is one of my picks from one of your previous shows. For whatever reason, it's one of my background choices, and it says if I want to upload anything else, I have to sign up or join or something. So this is what we've got.
There it is. Okay.
It was either this or somebody else's living room with a grand piano in the background, and I thought about that one too, but this one seems a little bit more appropriate.
That's good. It is very appropriate. All right, man. So, I feel like some people, who are in Wombat Labs and who follow you and definitely like to keep their eye on you. You're such a great social media communicator. They might know what's going on, but for everybody else who doesn't, just catch us up. What have you been up to? You've been doing a whole lot of stuff and going through a whole lot of transitions lately. Maybe just walk through a little bit of that.
If you do mushroom cultivation, there's a lot of time spent waiting between cycles of like you've got your germination phase and you've got your colonization on grain and whatnot, and eventually colonization in a tub and whatnot. Moving is a terrible thing for that. Like when you have to move, you pretty much have to like start early and scale everything down so that it ends before you have to pack up and transport, and then you got to start everything back up when you get to the next place. So I did some kind of transitional experimentation. We did a freezing experiment, not really because I wanted to, but because I had nowhere to keep a whole bunch of petri dishes, and so they sat outside in a tub in negative-degree temperature for a couple of months, and I thought, well, maybe they'll be okay, and it turns out some of them did actually revive healthy. I did discover, however, that if you let them thaw before you transfer them, it's bad news bears. So you want to take your frozen plate and take the transfer from it frozen before it has a chance to thaw, because what happens is the agar ungels when it freezes. Right. It thaws back out as a liquid, and it won't gel back up again. So you have a soupy mess, and it's just about impossible to get a clean transfer out of it. Bacteria takes over quickly. But I think out of like however many cultures I tried to save, I saved maybe 30% of them, which is still something. And this just freed up a lot of plates for me to start things over from spore too. So I haven't been in a big creation phase because I've had a lot of projects that I already had in the works kind of just marinating in the background, sitting on petries and waiting for their time to shine. But we're back into getting those things to fruit and getting spores and cultures and whatnot going from those. We have a website. This is I can't say it's a permanent thing because every time I have a website, it lasts like very little time and then gets shut down. But
like I want you to say what it is, but I'm also scared.
At the same
Your
time,
call.
we're gonna test that. But at the same time, like I don't want to be a full-time website manager. That's a occupation all to itself. So we're gonna ride it till the wheels fall off, and then we'll play with something else when this falls apart. But the current website is davewombat.me. Like it's a pretty simple. Yeah, it's me. It's me, Dave Wombat, me.
I love it.
So cool. So it's pretty simple. It's not showing up on Google yet. Probably as soon as it does, it'll probably get shut down. But it takes a few weeks for that to get scraped off the thing and start showing up in their search results. But you can always hit me up on Facebook for a link if you can't find it through conventional means. And I know you've got lots of guests tonight because it's a special night for you. But it's me, so I brought a few pictures, just a few.
Let's see them. I want to see them.
And so this is going to be some recent stuff. Not all of it's like fully. Some of it's projects that were started a good couple years ago and are just now coming to light. But let's see what we got here. I'm looking for it. See if you can get my screen shared as soon as I find it. Here we go. I think I'm ready. All right, ready when you are.
All right. Hold on. Here we go. Bam. Yep. Okay. And you can control I think on your end, you can scroll through.
And there's not very many of these because I didn't want to take up too much time, but I grabbed a handful and labeled them as quick as I could while the last guy was talking. So this is Jeepers Peepers. This is a cross that I did a while back of the old Keepers Creepers and the original Penis Envy, and it didn't used to be albino, but after the move and the freezing experiment, it's albino now. So this is a neat one because it has a distinct two-stage growth. There's a very solid base where you can see it's like kind of fuzzy feet at the bottom there, and then there's the belt line where the veil was attached, and then it just blows out from there and has like a big swollen upper body. But it's a really neat. I'm sad that it's not pigmented because the pigmented version also has a black rim around the outer edge of the cap. That's lost. But this is a neat one. I like it. Jeepers Peepers, kind of a play on the Keepers Creepers name. Plus when it starts off, when the pins start off, they look kind of like eyeballs. So there you go. That's that one. Introducing Rim Job. Now this is a DC Mac ISO that I've been playing with for a while, and I had it labeled Brown Ring for a while, DC Mac Brown Ring, and I decided it needed a shorter name, so we're just calling it Rim Job. But you can see it's got like a kind of a dense, shiny umbo in the center of the cap there, and then it's got a brown halo of pigmentation around that.
Yep.
And otherwise, it's a Melmac-y kind of thing, kind of more of more longer than wide as far as Melmacs go. But that's the Rim Job, and I like making funny names for stuff.
It's fun.
It's half the fun.
Who doesn't want to grow a tub of Rim Job?
Here we got ape squats.
Ooh.
These came about a while back. My original ape mutated into a pigmented thing that I labeled Brass Monkey, and that ran for a while, but it also kind of went unstable and went off the rails. But it later produced a few different albino ISOs that I started working with, and this one is the Ape Squats. It's a very squatty squat. Very, very short and dense, in the vein of the original KSSS squats, but of ape heritage. So this is a fun one. I'm trying to speed through these.
If you keep working those, I mean, it's going to look like a shuttlecock pretty soon. Those are they really unique morphology. Yeah,
they have a very upward flaring cap. Like it doesn't curl; it just kind of launches upwards and outwards. They're really neat. Okay, here's a fun one. Grumble Stump. And Grumble Stump was my old Yahoo account name like forever ago, which I ended up losing for whatever reason. But the name came back to me when I started growing these. This is a cross of Tam, which is the Tam project that produced Gandalf Pearly Gates. Later, the James Cruz used it for his like Emerald Gates and Lucid Gates and whatnot.
Yep. Okay.
Tam project is a Tat Melmac cross, and this is that crossed with the original Penis Envy, and it produced albino squats that have a very, very deep ribbed, kind of like those little mellow cream pumpkin candies.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not big; they're really small. They're really solid. It's new, and it may still evolve further, but it's cute. So there you go. That's the Grumble Stump.
I'm digging this one. I'm excited to see what this continues to do for sure. I like it.
Here's another new one. This just got up on the site. This is Chocolate Thai, a cross of two of my favorites, El Choco and KSSS. It was actually the albino KSSS that I used for the cross, but the albino got lost like it often does. If you give it pigmentation genes, it usually defaults in that direction. And so this little fruit here was 134 grams. So it's both parents are very solid and dense, and the offspring is even more so. I mean, this is heavy fruit. And so this is another new one that's just brand new to the scene, and excited to see where it continues to go from here. This one isn't new, but it's an ongoing love affair I have with nipples. This is the Tam Nip. So this is just pure tam, not crossed with anything, but this is one of the phenos that I got from the early tam spores. And you can see it's kind of got like a hint of Gandalf's wizard hat kind of look going on with the strong umbo, but it's pigmented. It does produce prints, but it's not like a spore dumper. Like it takes a while to drop a print. It's kind of like a slow drop.
It's a slow dumper.
Yeah, just a slow ooze of smoke kind of.
Yeah, nice.
But tam nip.
Yeah, I dig that one.
I did have a run of these a while back that lost the nipples, and I was devastated. But they came right back with my next attempt. So, fingers crossed that the nips continue. And back to tam again. These are Tambino squats, and this is just pure tam. This is another pheno from the early tam spores. You can kind of see a hint of the nips on some of them. They've got like a lumpy umbo in the middle. And these are like all squats, they're really dense. But these ones, if you compare these to the grumble stump, these just have a really rough, bumpy kind of texture all the way around. They don't have the deep, distinct pumpkin ribs on them like the cross does.
Yeah, man, I like those too. I like them, the little white softballs for sure.
And the Tambino, when I first like labeled it Tambino, you can pronounce it Tambino if you want to, or like Gambino, whatever. It was long mushrooms, but it later produced a squat variant. This cross was done with spores from the tall mushroom, but it was also the same rounds that produced the squats in the next round. So it's hard to say whether it was a Tambino squat cross to begin with the other one or not. But yeah, I love my squats, man. They're short, they're solid, they're compact, and it's a lot of mushroom per cubic inch because of their density.
I just love how they dry. They dry so nice too.
I added this one at the last second when Alter Vibes was talking about the black cap gnats. This is black eye Gumby, and this is an isolation I started to try for a while back and kind of got lost in the mix for a while. But Gumby is kind of unknown. He's a Melmac offshoot from Melmac TP. More people are familiar with albino Gumby because he grows much thicker, girthier, monstrous fruits, and people love that. The pigmented Gumby got kind of lost to the wayside because he wasn't quite as interesting. But you can't get any more black than the tip of this mushroom cap. I mean, that's black. Gumby was also one of the parents of chocolate Gumby, which is a phenomenal, strange strain, and only just recently more people have had a chance to actually grow that out now. So he's starting to pick up popularity. You're seeing more people post it. So I think look out for chocolate Gumby in your mushroom futures because he's picking up speed. But the original Gumby is nothing to shake a stick at either. He's a neat mushroom. What do we got left? Oh, the original TBC. So tap black caps, right? This is a tough strain. It's notoriously difficult to grow because the caps are tiny. You can barely get a swab out of one of these caps if it has spores, and a lot of times they don't. So this is from a restart from the original F2 spores that Jick Phibbs sent me way back in the day. I wanted to start over because my TBC went off the rails. I was trying to get it bigger, and the bigger it got, the less TBC it got. So we've restarted it from the beginning, and I've got this available, like clone culture from the original F2s available on the website as well. So if anybody wants to try their hands at the original genetics and then see if you can advance it or stabilize it or do whatever you want to do to it. But they're tiny, they're incredibly potent. And like I said, they just really don't give you much by way of spores. So that's, what can you do? It's TBC. And I think that's the last one on my list. I think that's what I've got.
Dude, that's lots of cool stuff. I'm here. Okay. Dave Wombat. Starts all over. Still has a million things going. I love it.
It's just a small sampling because, like I said, I was kind of in a pinch to get something together for you, and I didn't want to take up too much time. But the new website, if it stays running, I'm trying to do not just have genetics on there, but I'm also trying to do some blogs and stuff on there too. So some informative stuff.
Very cool.
There's only a couple on there yet, but hopefully it'll be interesting reading. And we'll try and get some cultivation methods and stuff up there as well. And then if the website gets shut down, I've already got another one lined up in the wings to take its place. So we're going to be like the Hydra. You cut off one head, two more will appear, and there you go. No, I can't promise that. I'll get overwhelmed. Really, I don't even want too many people to order off this website, or I'll get overwhelmed. Like, just if I get a couple orders a day, I'm happy, and I'm not. Yeah, because I spend more time creating than vending, and it's always going to be that way, and I like it that way. I don't have time to do it full time, but eventually, I'd like to transition back into doing wholesale like I was doing for a while, and let somebody else take care of the vending, and I can just focus on what I enjoy.
Cool, man. All right, dude. Well, thank you for the update. I had no clue you had so much stuff going already. Very impressive. Very impressive.
It never stops. I'm always, it's on the grind.
I love
it. We gotta keep the mushrooms going.
Cool, man. All right, guys. DaveWombat.me. It's that easy. All right. Next up. All right. Thank you, Dave. If you want to stick around, cool. If you want to go night or go figure out 19 more mushrooms for us for tomorrow, however you want to do it, it's all good.
We'll see. I'll at the very least, I'm going to be watching.
All right, cool. All right. Thank you very much for showing up. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, man. Congrats on 2 years.
Thanks, dude. Thank you. All right, guys. All right, Dave Wombat. Absolutely shocking me that he had that many new things going on already after removing like 3 different times in the last 4 months. Okay, very impressive. All right, next up. Haven't had this guy on for a while. He has one of the classic podcast episodes. Absolutely, hands down, the first one. When I get a newbie in my DMs asking me a million questions, it's the one I send everybody to first. And that seems to work out very well for them. I'm talking about the one and only Fungi Mycology. What's up, man?
What's up, Geeky? Congratulations on the big milestone. That's freaking amazing. You putting in the work.
Thanks, man. 2 years. Maybe I'll get out of diapers by next year. It'll be great. I'm looking forward to it. Really appreciate it. So we haven't been talking, too often lately. You're just busy growing the most perfect ape anybody's ever seen. And I'm busy doing a bunch of crap with my kids all the time and going to different mushroom places. Catch me up. What have you been up to?
Well, it's funny. Like Dave was kind of recently mentioning, like it took a while for him to move all his stuff. I just went through a move myself. So it is not an easy thing to do when you're balancing projects. So I definitely took a little bit of a break, and by a little bit, it was a good few months, but I'm just starting everything back up. So I'm super excited. Nice. Really kind of starting from scratch, like getting my cultures onto grain. I made sure I preserved them. So like the one thing throughout the move was like, make sure that everything is refrigerated. They went from fridge to fridge. But yeah, I'm kind of getting back on the horse and just really excited to get my projects back up. Working with some local folks as well to do some like beginner courses for cultivation around the community. So I'm excited for that too. So, I'm no expert by any means, but what I do love to do is just get people excited about mushrooms and getting started with mushrooms. So that's what I'm always trying to do.
That's great, man. Well, I can tell you this, if you can grow apes that look like yours, you're definitely not a beginner. I would say you're an absolutely competent mushroom cultivator. So, and I don't think I've ever heard anybody who ordered any of your ape cultures complaining. They all were very happy. So you're doing something right for sure. Yeah, I do notice where I have a different background behind you, huh? Yeah, I remember you had a very swanky. You do look like you just moved somewhere to me. Yes.
I did. Yes. Now this is my room. I have my lab that's actually set up, and I think it is looking pretty swanky. But
cool.
I got it in a spot where I got somebody sleeping right now, so I didn't want to wake them up. But yeah, I'll be posting definitely now. Like you'll notice, I'm usually super active on social media, but I have been like dead silent on Instagram for like 3 months straight. So you'll now see me posting more stuff. I'm excited to make more content. And to be doing new cultures. I'm actually excited to try just like new things because I've been running that ape for like 2.5 years, almost 3 years, and I'm excited to try some new stuff. So I'm going to be branching out.
Cool, but you got to also do the 8 master class. I think there's room for that for sure.
I always have that in rotation. I have to.
You have to. You must. Yes, 100%. All right, dude. Well, thanks for stopping by. If you can stick around for the roundtable at the end, cool, awesome. I'd love to have you. Otherwise, yeah, man, get back going. I cannot wait to see what new cultigen you fall in love with and decide to just absolutely crush. For those of you guys watching, one thing, guys like Wardrobe Mycology, guys like Fungi Mycology, guys like James Cruz, Brock Lee, it's a type of cultivator, right, that falls in love with a very small number of cultigens and really, truly tries to see what they can do with that cultigen. Can it be perfected? Can I get to a point where I just go, wow, it's just a freaking masterpiece. What could I possibly do at this point? And it's very important, especially for new growers who get enthusiastic and start wanting to, they've grown the basic cubes. They want to try new stuff. So that role is very important. And then when that gets old, then guys like Dave come into the picture where you're like, I want an experiment. I want the unknown. And yeah, so I think that's great. I really admire people who, unlike me, can stay focused on one thing for 2.5 years. That is remarkable. And the fruits of your labor were obvious. It was some of the best apes I've ever seen, dude. Seriously.
I appreciate that, Geeky. And listen, I am looking forward to year 3 because I know that this is the beginning of your journey as well. I'm sure that you've got many good things in store. So here's to year 3, man.
Thanks, man. All right, dude. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. And we will talk soon. All right, guys. We're rocking. We're rolling. All right. Who do we got next? Well, I just talked about Wardrobe, so I got him waiting in the wings, but I got 2 people who showed up before him. So I'm gonna run those guys. I'm gonna make Wardrobe wait for just a minute. Next up, I've been to his house. He went to Mexico with me. I know this man in real life. He is absolutely one of my favorite people online. I don't know if a day goes by that we don't at a bare minimum exchange inappropriate memes together. And on a good day, well, that's a good day actually. But on other good days, then we talk about important shit. I'm talking about the one and only Dr. Rick. What's up, man? All right, you're on mute. I think still on mute. Hold on, let me pull up your. There we go.
There you go.
What's up, man?
Congratulations on 2 years, brother.
Thanks, man. Did you just take a couple hits of DMT? Or are you in like the 3rd waiting room now? Or
I like that backdrop. I'm trying to channel my inner tool.
Yes, I like it. I like it. All right,
man.
I
actually watched the video of one anesthesiologist giving an axillary block to another anesthesiologist so that he could sit through an 8-hour tattoo session for a tool sleeve.
Wow. Speaking of that, really cool. Yeah, dude, that Machine Gun Kelly guy got his whole body coated. He just went black everywhere. I mean, this guy's got some inner turmoil. I don't know what's going on.
To each his own. I have for a while decided that I'm just going to stay in my own lane and worry about myself. So
there you go. Yes.
Do whatever you want.
Do what? Oh yeah, do whatever you want. Because if people don't do all these interesting things, what are we going to talk about? What are we going to look at? Yes, 100%.
It makes for good memes.
It does. Now, so I owe you a little pack. It's going out next week. I promise. I just did a couple transfers the other day. But I think I'm very excited because Dr. Rick crushes everything he does, and he's going to get into some exotics in a minute here. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. What are you planning on working?
So my Risels sent me a couple of swabs and a couple of plates that he had already worked up for. I think there's Carolescence, Subtropicalis, Mexicana. Mexicana, and Neo Halapensis.
Nice.
So I just sent that picture to the group of the subtropicalis spores. Those are germinating very nicely on the low nutrient agar, so they're very aggressive. The other ones haven't picked off yet, but
Nice.
I have a whole bunch of, it's kind of like everybody that's so far gone tonight. You know, I'm kind of taking everything back to the very beginning and cleaning everything up. I have a few projects I've been working on for a number of years that are hopefully coming to fruition soon.
Nice. Yeah, it
We'll
feels
see.
good. It feels good to do the start over in the Myco game for some reason. It's one of my favorites. Just like the possibilities are endless.
I love it, but I also hate it. It's, you know, like spring cleaning, and you got to like sift through the mountains of plates and be like,
right.
Am I really gonna mess with this? I clearly haven't touched it in like 2 years.
Right.
So, but it's so hard to throw some of those out.
Yeah, I have a few of those where it's like, oh, I've done 7 transfers of this cultigen and I have not run it yet. Okay, now I'm going to either just give it to somebody, I'm going to run it, or I'm going to frickin' throw it out. Those are my 3 choices. I'm not just going to keep transferring this till the end of time. Yeah, I got a couple like that for sure. Yeah.
I've lucked out though that my sterile technique has held up well. So even the plates that are, you know, like legitimately old and dried out, I can usually still revive them without any major issue.
Yeah, we were just talking, I was just talking to somebody about that. You know, that has to happen to these little mycelial networks underground in nature, right? Like here in Ohio right now, it's dry as a bone. It's got to dry out. And as long as there's like a little something there, and it isn't so utterly, completely desiccated, it can bounce back. You just got to give it a try.
What I have found as the limit of viability, at least in my personal, with my current practices, I have been able to revive up to 3 years in cold storage slants.
Yeah, okay, nice.
Yeah, but yeah, pushing beyond that, and 3 years, like I'm leaving them on agar for like 3 weeks and waiting for them to wake up.
Yeah.
So, but they also usually tend to bounce back very aggressively.
Nice.
So,
yeah, man, I don't. Shout out, by the way, to Stealthy Spores, Bruce the Shroom, Justin Norris. Really appreciate you guys showing your support. Love you guys. Thank you so much. So, yeah, when I wake some of these things up, man, you just never know. Same with the spores. You can have spores that are 3-4 years old, and they're as vigorous as, you know, swabbing a fresh fruit and putting it on a plate, and then other things that are a year old, then for whatever reason, sometimes I wonder, like, do you get just a little extra gill tissue in there, and then is there something in it? Like, did I store it wrong? What did I do that made? Maybe it's just the genetics off certain mushrooms.
yeah, hit and miss, man. It just happened to be which ones you picked up at that time.
Exactly.
So even within, you know, transfers or passages,
right?
I think is the proper term.
Yeah.
Just from different plates, like you'll get ones that look beautiful and ropey and aggressive, and the one that you took, you know, 3 centimeters to the left is barely hanging on. So it just happened to be where you swiped it.
Yeah, even if they look basically the same. Yeah, I agree. Cool, man. Well, I'm looking forward to see. I'm gonna get that package out. I'm looking forward to seeing your setup, seeing how that goes. I'm also doing some of that myself. I'm trying to get me our buddy Berserker from the Mexico trip. He's got a real nice setup. He's grown some phenomenal zap flushes. I gotta get that setup going. I gotta get it.
Yeah, no, I think truthfully, because he and I were talking about, like, he was talking about it to everybody. Everyone was like, holy shit. But I think that we should probably like pitch in to get him to be able to like properly film and document it.
Oh,
So
yeah.
be like, hey, let's actually like make this really good quality.
Oh, you know what?
Hmm.
I'm going to NAMA into October, and I will be right up there. So maybe we got.
Just bring your setup.
That's all I got to do. Yep.
Hell yeah, dude.
I think so.
That'd be
Yeah,
fantastic.
he crushed it, and the setup makes so much sense. It's a little complicated. It's not outrageous though. And it's very dialable. So any of these weird, temperamental mushrooms, you can dial it in to work for it. So, yes.
No, man, I'm looking, and honestly, for anyone, I know we're probably going to talk about this in the roundtable, but for anyone listening and watching, this is not at all a solicited message. I have personally not been able to stop talking about this trip that we went on since we got home, and so for anyone thinking about it, I tried to pull out, I don't know how many times, because my anxiety was getting the best of me, but I'm very, very, very glad I went.
Well, and you did Salvatera.
Awesome.
You got.
Yeah, I did.
I
did the thing. Yes. I went to the thing I set out to do,
yep.
And it was awesome. I liked it a lot.
That's great, man. Yeah, I'm the same way, dude. I can't tell you how many times I'm just sitting at a traffic light, just going, wonder what I'd be doing Xalapa right now if I was in. Yeah, I do it a lot. Yep, it's a great vibe down there. The weather's fantastic. Everybody, all my regular non-myco friends are always like, "Oh, was it hot down there?" And I'm like, "No, man.
It was gorgeous.
It was amazing down there." Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It was like being home in Florida, except it was 30 degrees cooler.
Yes, yeah, 20 to 30 degrees cooler, exactly. Yeah, cool, man. Well, I had a great time. It's always good to get to see you. Luckily, you live in Florida, and half the time when we go to vacation, we go to Florida. So I usually, I anticipate getting to see you, here and there, whenever. Hopefully, we'll do another MycoTreks trip with you and get to hang out some more. But yeah, man. Thank you so much for coming. Thanks for all the. This guy's responsible for a lot of my laughter. I can tell you that he finds some pretty funny stuff on the internet for me. So I really appreciate it. Keeps me in good spirits.
Senses of humor.
Yes.
Well,
exactly.
well, I'm looking forward to the roundtable. We'll talk about some of the Lycos stuff.
Yes. Cool, man. All right, thank you, and I'll talk to you in a bit.
See you soon.
All right, guys. We're rocking and rolling. We're making great time. We're doing it. We're only an hour in. We're cruising. All right, next up. All right, he was one of my very first guests, early stage when my audio sucked and everybody reminded me about it back before I remotely knew what the hell I was doing, and I only now feel like I barely know what I'm doing. So this is going way back, and I got to hang out with him at MycoFest. That was cool. He's a fun guy to hang out with. He's got all sorts of skills. I'm not going to reference any of them, but he is a very skilled individual and quite a little entertainer. I had a lot of fun hanging out with him. I'm talking about the one and only and furry Billy Golden Teacher. What's up, man?
Hey, Geeky. Good to see you.
Dude, when did you get that hat? Are you a witch now?
Yes. The previous hat I had wasn't available anymore, so I was like, all right, I'll just upgrade to this instead.
Yes. Well, you're a man, so you'd be a warlock. I only dated one witch before, so I don't remember exactly how this all goes, but right, you're a warlock? Okay.
Yeah, I would say so. Or
canine
wizard.
warlock.
A wizard.
A wizard. Okay, it's a wizard hat. It's just the buckle threw me. I thought the buckle was very witch-like.
Yeah.
All right,
Try
man.
to make it match the colors,
Yes. All right. Well, so what's up with PGT, man? We've talked, but let's talk to everybody listening.
It's been quite a journey this past year, I would say. I've kind of been on the silent radar a little bit.
Uh-huh.
Mainly, I just kind of went through a little bout of depression, and it kind of took me out of commission a lot longer than I had wanted it to. I kind of go through seasons of this, kind of what got me into mushrooms in the first place.
Yeah.
But this time I kind of had to go through it without the help of mushrooms. Like I know as much as it does help, um, but I'm also there's a risk I'm afraid of with taking them, because
Sure.
there's schizophrenia runs in my family, and my biggest fear is going off on a trip and then never coming back. So I kind of had to spend a lot of time just taking in what I've gone through, and just kind of kept pushing through and just emotionally processing it without having to use substance to do that. So that's kind of what I've been
It's
going
fair.
through. Kind of done a lot of things. I branched out. The myco kind of it got overwhelming for me to try and do everything by myself. So I'm kind of at the point now where I'm kind of back to just doing everything by myself, but um, it's not the sole thing that I'm trying to focus on now.
Right.
There's other parts of my life that I've grown outside of mycology. One of the things I did to try and take care of my physical health is I signed up for karate class.
Nice.
So Sensei is on his journey to becoming a real sensei.
Bro, I love it. I love it. In 10 years, it's going to be a whole nother PGT video series, but it's going to be karate.
Yeah, yeah. And then I got more involved with the local community in my area as well. Trying to get in touch with my spiritual side a little bit. And another thing, kind of unfortunate, but kind of good in a way, is I'm kind of back to working a full 9 to 5 again. I tried to make the PGT thing work full time, and I just find out it was just extremely difficult for me. The challenges of trying to be an entrepreneur and trying to keep up with things on the social medias, it just got way too much for me, and I had trouble focusing. So I'm kind of back to where it was, back to where I'm comfortable with having it. When I started this as a hobby, once I tried to turn that hobby into a career, it got very difficult. And now that it's not my career, I mean, I still enjoy mushrooms. Don't get me wrong. I love mushrooms. It'll always be a part of my life. Um, I take it a slow down from it, and now I just kind of want to take it at a hobby's, as a hobby again. Something that I can pick up and put down, and I'm not feeling like I'm forced to do it, and then it becomes more tedious. It becomes more of a chore rather than enjoyment when I'm forced to keep up with all the cultures and keep up with all the growing and all that. So I like it as a hobby. It's very enjoyable as a hobby. It's less stress, and as I'm kind of recovering, I do have a lot of content ideas. I've got a backlog of a lot of films that I've kind of just videos that I've just filmed for projects that I've had in mind that I have to go through and edit. But I do have a big backlog of content to kind of go through and edit, and just trying to make the time to fit that in when I can, which probably be on the weekends now. But I'm okay with that. I'm happy with that. I want to be able to make content that I enjoy, that I genuinely have fun with, and that I hopefully can put out the quality that I feel my fans would want or expect out of me, instead of just kind of doing whatever and just kind of pushing out half-assed stuff. I really enjoy making videos, and when I come to make a video, I spend a lot of time on it. And I know a lot of people kind of give me the advice, oh, don't try to make it perfect, done is better than perfect. But a part of me still want to put in as much effort as I can into every single video, try to make it as, nice as I would like it to be.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're a craftsman. Yes.
Yeah. And then I'm just trying to take some time to go out into the Myco community, like MycoFest. I got to meet you at MycoFest. I got to meet a lot of other cool people at MycoFest. So I really enjoyed the time that we had there, and I'm probably going to be going back next year because I'm hooked. So I'm hooked on the MycoFest.
Hell yeah. Yeah, man, we gotta get you out to Ohio Mushroom Festival though. That's next. I gotta figure out how to get you guys to make that little cross state drive to get out there.
Yeah, when's that coming up?
Man, that's soon. That's September 12th through the 15th. So it'd be the 14th and 15th would be the weekend. And I got a few PA people coming out. So I mean, it'd be
It's a little bit too soon for me, but let me know how it
next
goes.
Year. Yeah,
Next year,
dude, it went great last year. It's gonna go even better this year. But yeah, next year we'll get you out there next year.
Yeah, like I got Jacob also inviting me to come out to the Oklahoma Mushroom Festival.
Yeah.
So that's something I'm thinking about heading out to check out. He did a good job last year of promoting his first Oklahoma Mushroom Festival, and it seems like the second year here there's a pretty cool lineup. So I'm kind of very piqued and intrigued.
Yeah, man. So many these days. You blink and there's a new mushroom festival. Just how I like it. Lots of options. I think it's good. It's good for the community. Well, man, thank you for like just being honest, talking about that journey, because I think a lot of people get they come in, they grow a tub of mushrooms, they go, oh, I want to get some of this myco money, and it's good to get perspective, on how much work it is. These mushrooms do not grow themselves unless you're in the woods, but not in the basement. You got to put in a lot of work, and then when you try to turn it into a business, yeah, it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. So appreciate that candor, and I think that's good. It's good for people to hear, that you were healthy enough to take a step back, to right size things so that it makes sense for you and all that. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, I'm much better place now. I just restocked the cards on my shop. I know a lot of people were kind of asking about that. So you guys don't know, I do sell some merch and some cards on my shop at pgtmycology.com. If you're interested in checking out the cards, researching what's on the cards, give them a buy, and I'm sure you'll be glad you did.
Oh yeah. Everything you've ever sent me is top-notch quality, awesome stuff. The art's amazing. Yeah, check it out, guys. Is it phillygoldenteacher.com or is it PG? What is the site?
Mycology.
PGTMycology. That's right. Okay, cool. All right, man.
If you go to phillygoldenteacher.com, that's just kind of my glorified link tree that I put resources on and kind of put info about me. It leads to the shop too. So either website is fine.
Cool, man. All right, dude. Well, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. It was great to get to meet you and hang out a little bit a few weekends ago, and hope to get to do it next year.
Yeah, and happy second anniversary to you, Geeky. Keep up the good work.
Appreciate it. All right, guys. That was the legend, Philly frickin' Golden Teacher. How many of us have PGT in that very early origin story? Maybe not like the, I've been growing for 7 years, I've been growing for 15 years, maybe not Dave Wombats, but a lot of us who are, three-ish years or newer, that's a common thread. I watch PGT, I watch Willie Myco. These guys did a lot of great things for a lot of people, myself included. So kudos to him. Who we got next, guys? Oh, speaking of a new living legend, I know he is only just getting started. He is a true artist in every sense of that word. My buddy, the one and only Wardrobe Fungi. What's up, man?
What's up, Geeky? Thanks for having me back on.
Yeah, man. I mean, it has not been too long since I last talked to you. But I definitely wanted to have you back. You were on the show. I'd been trying to get you on the show for so dang long. So anyway, how's the website going? How's all that stuff going for you?
Well, it's going all right. Just slow and steady. I still need to figure a lot of things out. SEO is kind of a bitch. So I'm trying. I say that I'm really intimidated, but I think eventually I will get better at learning how to navigate the SEO and bringing people in. With that being said, I just sent you a few photos. I'm not sure if you saw my message, but
in Instagram,
your email, if you can pull
my
those.
Email. Oh yeah, give me a minute here.
I know this should have been done earlier, but I saw Wombat sharing photos on here, and I thought, okay, I'll send.
Yeah, if you got some cool photos, let's pull them up. All right, man. So, what do you got going on while I'm trying to pull this up? Tell everybody what you're up to right now.
Well, honestly, I'm really burnt out and kind of taking a break from breeding. So coasting on this end, not doing a whole lot of mushroom stuff right now. I need a fresh approach. One of these days when I pull an albino Gymnopolis mushroom out of a grow, I think I'll be excited. So, just trying to have things to look forward to and slowly chipping away on these projects. But what I sent you is a few photos of Rusty Mag, which is what is that? Vapor Rust and Steel Magnolia cross. It's something I've been working on for several months. I've got a few different phenos. I sent you photos of 2 different phenos, and one of those I just put on my website while I was sitting here in the waiting room.
All right, dude. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, I know I'm putting you on the spot.
It's all good. I do this. I aim to please.
I appreciate it.
Let me get these in order. Yeah, because people want to see the mushrooms, right? I had somebody in the live chat going, when are you guys going to talk about mushrooms? Here you go, man. We did with Dave. We're gonna with Wardrobe. This is a 2-year anniversary special where we just get together with people who've been on the show before. If you want purist talk about cultivation, you can watch any one of the other 95 podcast episodes I did. Just saying. I sorry. People crack me up sometimes.
Yeah, we'll talk about mushrooms.
When are we going to talk about mushrooms on the MycoGeeky Podcast? I don't know. Someday in the distant future, we'll get around to talking about mushrooms. Hold on. Almost done.
Yeah, earlier, Dave mentioned having these projects, and it sounds like he will do a cross or something. And then I think a lot of people don't realize when that goes well, how long you can just juice one project. And so I have 3 or 4 different crosses I'm working on, and it's just like a whole damn family tree of different possibilities and things. So I don't know that I'll do any crosses soon, but definitely working on isolations when they pop up. I've gotten so, I guess, just tired that sometimes I will harvest a fruit, it'll sit around for a while, and I've just been cloning them onto water agar.
Right. To slow them down.
Which is working fine. Well, I just don't even want to clean things properly. That's what I'm saying. I
see.
It's like, I just, sometimes I'm too tired to wash the lab or the flow hood the way that I want to. So I just put it on water agar and deal with it later. And man, it works.
I'm going to tell you right now, water agar is, people have been saying this forever, right?
Yeah.
I remember when I started going, I'm going to source gentamicin and I'm going to get this and I'm going to get that. And everybody's like, why don't you just put it on water agar? Well, I finally figured out you just put it on water agar.
Dude, I've germinated spores on water agar.
Yeah.
You can actually use it for most things.
You absolutely really can. Yes.
I guess once your spores are germinated, then you don't want to keep them on water agar. But aside from that, it does a lot.
True story. All right, dude, I got these up. Let's look at them.
Yeah, so here's the Rusty Mag pheno with the cross I'm working on. So the cap looks a lot like Steel Magnolia, which I'm pretty stoked on. Got that bluish umbo. This is a second flush here, but I love the rings. I love the range of color.
Oh, yeah.
Just had some of those classic Steel Magnolia qualities that I wanted to continue on. And then I got the rusty spores also. So there's a gill shot in here somewhere. Oh, we'll skip that one for now. Rusty gills. And then that's just a different flush. I think of the same fruits, probably the same block. I'm not really sure, but maybe the rings on those aren't quite as defined, but I think you get the idea.
Yeah. Yeah. So what was this one here though?
That's the same cross, just a different pheno. and
nice.
I have that one on water agar right now. I posted it on Instagram the other day. Ness was like, "Yo, dude, I love this thing." So I was inspired to clone it.
The caps are beautiful. I think overall, though, this one is a little more exciting for me.
Yeah,
boy, those caps are pretty gorgeous.
Yeah, it's a good looking fruit. I like distinctive, and these, they look a little bit like apes. That's fine. Or Maquila, maybe Maquila gorilla, whatever it's called, something.
No, they're distinct. Yeah, they got a. I like how the edges curl up. It's cool.
So, with that being said, I threw that on my website as I was in the waiting room because I've been meaning to do it for about a week. If anyone's interested, I don't want to pull you away from the podcast, but if and when that's something you would want, it's available.
Yeah, man, go check out Wardrobe Fungi. You never know what he's going to have on the site, something new, and it's going to be something extremely novel. So always worth keeping an eye on him. Always worth, a follow on Instagram just to see what he's up to. You never know if something he's got going on might pique your interest. I just got your letter today.
Oh, really?
So, yep. So the Choco Ape, is that what you sent me? I haven't opened it yet. Sweet. Yes.
Yeah, my website, of course, is multispore.com right below my name here. But yeah, what'd you think of that poster? I was really happy to have those printed and sent out.
What poster?
Oh, you didn't see it. It's on the backside of the.
I haven't opened it. I got the letter. I saw it was from where you live, so I assumed it was yours.
I'll show it off real quick.
Show it. Ooh, yes. So that's going up in the lab. Yes.
This is what all of my orders are shipped in.
I like it.
And then you got a nice little letter on the back here. So
yeah, cool, man.
Little spore guy. Anyway.
The little touches.
I try to make it fun. It's kind of a thank you note for the purchase. Instead of writing it by hand, it's easier to,
the writing it by hand does get old after a while. Yes, it's really true. Yeah. Cool, man. Well, thanks for stopping by. Definitely love seeing the new stuff. Keep it going. And my buddy Kaz, he's one of my mods. He also went to Mexico with me. He just said, sounds like we all need some mushroom therapy from growing mushrooms for therapy. Yes, this is Kaz. It's just part of our obsessive compulsive disorders that augment whatever other issues we have in life. Yes, it's true. Yeah, everything needs a balance. Somebody just said that in the chat. It's hard to find balance in life.
There's a
really
time
hard
to break from pretty much everything, and mushrooms is just another one of those things.
Yep, agreed. Cool, man. Well,
I'm still on Instagram every day. I'm still dropping things. On your end, you probably wouldn't notice any difference, but over here, I'm taking it slow.
Cool. Yeah, keep. I was just talking to Stealthy and a couple other people about, man, every day I'm like, oh, I got to post this picture, right? We got 100 million photos from Mexico I want to get up so people can really get a taste of just how freaking amazing that trip was. But a day goes by and it's like, oh, I was going to post something today and I didn't. Oh, I was going to post something today and I didn't. So I got to figure that piece out somehow. But it's a lot, especially when you're on multiple social medias and it takes time. It all takes time. Anyway. All right, dude. Well, thanks for stopping by and keep me in the loop on what you're up to. I will definitely be growing the Choco Ape and we'll see what she does for me.
Cool, dude. I'll be sticking around for the roundtable.
Cool, man. Sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, take care. All right, guys, here we go. We're doing it. All right, next up. Okay, before I bring them on, I have to play. I have one more little intro package of the congrats on 2 years thing that I had everybody help me out with here. I got to play this one because he won. I had a lot of great ones, but boy, oh boy. So we're going to play the last congrats on the 2-year intro package here, and then we'll bring them on. So without further ado, let me play the last of these.
Quick shout out to my friend and business partner, MycoGeeky. Hey man, congratulations on 2 years of your amazing podcast. looking forward to many more.
Hello, Geeky. Congratulations and well done. 2 years of MycoGeeky Podcast.
All right, happy 2 years anniversary, Geeky, from Doc AZ and me, Mr. Steve Bonnet. All right, hope you have a great one, man, and keep doing all your great work, you and all your fellow Myco monkeys out there.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Jack Cyan here. I'm here to wish MycoGeeky a happy 2nd anniversary on his podcast. And I got this nasty old stinky lobster mushroom for him.
Oh my God. I love it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know his batting averages, but that was a solid hit. I mean, the timing was impeccable. And he had to factor in, the weight differential, as those things start to deteriorate, they don't operate like a normal lobster mushroom. So all in all, that was an exceptional display of skill, combining the love for baseball with the love for mushrooms and a disdain for rotten mushrooms. So let's bring him on. I'm talking about the one and only wood lover extraordinaire, Jack Cyan. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Dude, when you sent me that, I mean, so by the way, guys, he said he was going to do something. He said, I got to do something fun. And so I was like, well, what is it going to be? And yeah, that was fun. Yes. I love
Well, think about lobster mushrooms. Think about lobster mushrooms. It's like, man, when they get old, they start smelling like old nasty balls. Disgusting. They're so bad. It's kind of turned me off from lobster mushrooms forever. So I enjoy even destroying the fresh ones, honestly.
Oh my God, that's funny.
But yeah, they're probably the foulest rotten mushroom of all.
Man, I get the boletes. They get pretty stinky. I've like your guys's Pacific Northwest lobster mushrooms. I've not smelled them, so I'm gonna consider myself lucky.
Yeah, they're funky.
Yeah. All right, dude. So what you been up to? I know you've had an interesting time recently.
Yep.
And like life, it just keeps lifing. It just keeps throwing us curveballs. Luckily, you got that baseball bat and you can handle it. But yeah, what's up with you cultivation wise right now?
Well, I got a bunch of wood lovers going on in totes right now. I have a couple of my own phenotypes of wood lovers. I have I don't know if you have those pictures loaded up on there. I think they're on your Insta if you want to check them out. But I've got my own pheno of Celospe cyanescens, Jack and Jills. I have the Void Beasts, Ovoideo and yeah, those are the two that are really pretty. I've never really seen anything like them, especially those voids, man. Those things, like, I've never seen voids that grow like that. They're like big and pale, like they're almost like the Melmax of voids.
All right, let me see if I can pull these up here.
But yeah, we were talking about, like mental health and stuff with us, like we get into mushrooms for mental health and then it just kind of takes over our brains, and yeah, this year it's been a hell of a year. It's been the best and the worst year of my life.
Oh, I hear you. That seems to be how it goes. And then you look back and you're like, oh, remember? I don't know if you're old enough to have like blocks of your life that you completely freaking forget about, and then one day you have like some memory and you're like, oh yeah, I did that for like 3 years. I completely forgot about those 3 years of my life. Yeah, because
I think it's more short-term memory that I have problems with.
Okay, no, that's how I just like forget about things that took up massive amounts of my time. It's very weird. But yeah, man, I'm sorry. The struggles are rough. They're definitely rough. The hope is that you got other good things going on to balance it all out. That's pretty much what gets me through the day, is trying to go, okay, well, not everything's shit right now. Let's do inventory on what isn't complete shit. Oh, there's some cool stuff going on. All right, I'll just try to focus on that. But yeah, there's
Yeah.
no rhyme or reason to when the bad things happen. You know, you might get one, you might get 5 in a row. You just never know how it's gonna go. Just gotta.
Oh, my favorite saying is, "I'm not fine, but I will be. I will be fine."
Yes, I like that. Yeah, man. One of my favorite sayings I aspire to, it is just simple. It's an old Zen saying. It's fall 7 times, stand up 8. Just like you do. It's like you just gotta get back on the horse. You gotta just keep going. If you don't, then you lose that momentum. The quicker you get back up, the better. That's kind of how I try to do that when things are not going well. Not always easy to do, but
yeah, everything will work out like it's supposed to.
Exactly.
I'll get
all right,
there.
dude. Well, I tell you what, between you and Happy Hyphae, I'm getting real excited about growing mushrooms outside. I absolutely poorly planned out my summer. I swear to God, I just blinked and the summer was over. So I did not get too far with my wood chips. I got some stuff going inside here, but I was hoping to get them out by about right now, and it doesn't look like I'm gonna. So I'm just gonna get it ready for next spring and try to make some stuff happen for the spring.
I mean, if you have good colonized chips right now and you get them out right now, there's good, like, if you, because the thing is like, you know, the mycelium is the organism. So like, as long as it makes it out to the edges of its food supply when the conditions are right, then it will fruit. Yeah. So, I mean, like, it means you have to make a smaller patch, but if the mycelium is already mature, it'll fruit if, you know, the conditions are right and it starts running out of food.
All right. Maybe not all hope is lost then for me for this.
No.
This fall. Okay. That's good. I tell you what I do remember seeing is some amazing blocks. I think on Facebook.
Yeah. I've actually got some blocks for show and tell right here.
Oh, you do? Right.
So this guy here, this was a print that was supposed to be Aucklandier from New Zealand. Okay. And I tried to grow it. I tried to grow it a few different ways, and I completely failed. They just went moldy. They got gnats. All that failed. But I had the leftover spawn jars. I've just filled them up full of like dirt and chips, and then just forgot about them for like half a year. And then I noticed that the chips had mycelium on them, and so I took, like, you know, just like a tiny little handful of chips out of the top of a quart jar, and I've expanded it all the way to a couple of these guys, and I'll be making a batch with these in the next day or two. I really doubt that they're Aucklandier. They're more likely subaruginosa or something like that, because I don't think Aucklandier loves chips this much.
Yeah, that's a healthy.
It's pretty exciting. It'll be fun to see what happens, what comes out. But yeah,
great, man.
I could show the other ones, but I mean, mycelium is basically mycelium. It's just. Let's see. Which one's this? What we got? So these are the ovoids, the void beasts. Let's see. I got some good mycelium here. Maybe we can get a quick close up on that.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Yeah, look at on the right there. That's gorgeous.
Yeah.
That's
it's like snowflakes.
I love that.
And then I got a tub of my Jack and Jill Cyan essence, which is just, you know, more of the same, just beautiful mycelium.
That looks great, man.
So yeah, you guys can. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say I farted around. I was like, I'm just gonna try something. I'm gonna put Niveo tropicalis on this wood chip. Little bag of wood chips. See what happens. I wasn't 100% about the culture. And yes, I wasn't 100% about the culture, and I grew a lot of trichoderma. So yeah, you know, I tried. It was a crapshoot, but the other stuff's, you know, not doing too bad, so it's all good.
I know.
Yeah. Cool, man. Well, thanks for stopping by. We'll definitely have to have you on again, as you know, Jack and Jill go up the hill and we see what's going on with some of these other crosses, keep people going. The wood lover thing, and the exotics and wood lovers are definitely gaining a lot of traction, a lot of interest. And it's great to have people like you on the front edge, helping everybody figure all this stuff out. So really appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, man.
Cool, man.
And
Take
happy
care.
second.
Oh, thank you very much. All right, guys. All right, who we got next? Hold on. Let me see where we're at. All right. So he just sent me a message apologizing for not sending a package, and it's totally okay because he knew he was going to come on the show. I'm talking about the one and only my buddy, my friend, my business partner, Natural State Mycology. What's up, man?
What's up, man? Happy 2 years, dude. That's quite an accomplishment, man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. I normally ask people to turn the thing sideways, but I have your little Natural State guy up there, and it kind of works, so it's all good.
Oh, you want me? Yeah, I can.
No, that's fine too. That's good. That's okay.
Cool.
That was my subtle way of getting you to turn it sideways anyway.
Hint. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Well, I mean, why don't we do this? So, how have you been? I haven't seen you for a couple weeks.
Man, been just really grooving with life. You know, when you get back from a trip as long as we were, you know, you and I and Don King and a couple other guests were there, you know, a couple days on either side of the trip dates. And so it just takes a while to kind of get back into the groove of Western life, you know?
It does. It really does.
So, yeah, still just really kind of, you know, dealing with the intricacies of the school year getting going and, you know, kids getting back into school.
Oh, yes. That's where we're at right now, too. First day was last Thursday. Actually, after this podcast, I go to bed and I get up bright and early because my 5-year-old goes to kindergarten for the first time tomorrow morning.
Ooh,
so that'll be fun. Oh,
That's
yeah,
a big one.
It's our last kid. My wife is going to be all in on tomorrow morning, like nobody's business. He's going to be dressed in the most ridiculously cute outfit you could possibly put on a 5-year-old boy.
Oh, it's the
and
best.
We're going to take a lot of pictures, I'm sure. Yes.
Yeah, man. Yeah. You have to. It only happens one time. That's it.
It does.
Done.
And if you don't take a picture of it, it's gone. Like
it never happened. If there's a picture, did it really ever happen? No.
No face, no case, bro. Yes, exactly. Yep. Exactly. Yeah, in nursing, there's also a saying, you know, if it's not in the chart, it didn't happen.
I mean, you know. Yeah.
Yep.
Sometimes
that can be discussed in two completely different directions, but that is a saying. Just for all you guys who do not work in healthcare, that is a saying. In nursing school, it's usually said you have to document everything, or you'd have no proof that you did anything.
Yeah,
but it can work the other way too. So
otherwise known as CYA, cover your ass.
Otherwise known as CYA. Many ways to do that. Yes,
there are
indeed. Dude, well, I feel like you got back, and while I was just like I was behind on sterilizers, I was just disoriented. I was like, why am I not in Mexico still? I miss the food. I miss everything. You were just like, here's a crust, here's this, here's fruit, here's a tub. It's like, man, you perfectly planned that trip. You just came home to fruit, right? And Marcus came home to fruit, dude.
No, man, I actually had everything shut down, believe it or not, for the entirety of the trip. Yeah, man, I put all my spawn bags that were like, dude, they were like 2 or 3 weeks past ready to send. I decided what I was gonna do was send them a week before we left. And I decided instead, that just made me anxious, having like 20 tubs sitting there with nobody checking on them. And like, you know, one goes bad, the whole lab goes bad. I didn't like that idea. And I know it's not necessarily that dramatic, but I still didn't like that idea. So I just decided to fridge them. They were fine and they fruited fantastically as soon as I got back, quicker than normal. You know, I think they were a little starved. So
they were ready.
They were ready to go. Yeah.
They were freaking ready to go.
They were ready to go. And I launched I released a few monocarrions that I've been sitting on for the last year since we got back. So those are available.
All right. What ones did you do?
So I've got a bunch that I've been working with, but Flipper, Nutcracker, and Malaco Plus are the 3 that I went ahead and have made available.
Nice.
Yeah, and I tried to make them a more affordable price for anybody who's interested in getting into breeding. So hopefully that'll kind of help open those doors a little bit.
Sweet, dude. Well, all I know is these days, if you're not crossing, you're not crossing. I mean,
Man,
it's kind of the fad right now.
I gotta say though, I have to kind of echo everybody's sentiments. Like, I still get super excited about every new cross, but like, you know, the deeper we all go in this rabbit hole, the more exciting it gets, right? Like, my first tub of subtropicalis is pinning right behind me. So, I'm really excited to jump into the exotics and kind of see how that all goes. But yeah, man, yeah, never ends.
Yeah, I mean, when I think one of our presentations, we asked one of our guides, Gabrielle, his favorite mushrooms to enjoy. Cubes were not on his list.
No.
They were not top on his list.
No.
So I mean, there you go. I
And
can only
he eats them. We've seen it. Yeah. He ate them while we were there.
Yep. He knows firsthand experience. I can tell you, I like pans a lot. It doesn't mean I don't like cubes, but pans are definitely smooth. There's something. I don't know. Maybe it's like an old man's mushroom. I don't know what it is, but
the Cadillac of mushrooms.
Yeah, if you get the dose right. Now, I mean, I've also heard the horror stories of people go, I'll just do 2 or 3 grams, and not a good move.
Definitely. You're not in cubensis anymore, Dorothy. Yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I'm like, man, I was thinking like, God damn, I grew Tamps, I grew Mexicana, I grew this, I grew that. And I never enjoyed them by themselves. They always just got put in with everything else. And so I'm like, I didn't ever really get to figure out exactly what those were all about.
Oh, dude, for me, that's like the thing with everything for me is like the purity of something, of like the simplicity of that thing. Like with cannabis, like when I use live resin, it's like I don't want any adulterants or any sort of like, it's got to be just that. You know, I know it's that strain and that terp profile. And
I hear you.
Yeah, I think mushrooms are going to become that same way.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Hopefully, because I'm feeling pretty good with the cubes, so I like a challenge, like to grow other stuff. I definitely, if there's more, it's like if you're an artist and you got the color red and that's the only color you got, and somebody over there's got the color blue and somebody over there's got some yellow,
you're gonna have to,
sooner or later you're gonna have to get some more colors, right?
No
choice. It's just gotta do it. So
it's inevitable.
Cool, man. All right, well, if you're around for the roundtable, I'll see you at the roundtable.
Yeah, man. Yeah, definitely.
Cool,
I'll see if I can stick around. All right, man.
All right, dude. All right, take care, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Night, man. Congrats, dude.
Thank you. Yeah. All right, guys. All right, natural state mycology. All right, next up. All right, what have we had? I think we've been super biased on the podcast tonight. Only Americans, I think, so far. So we're going to have to change that. We're going to have to bring on an exotic foreigner from a faraway land. I'm talking about my favorite exotic foreigner from a faraway land, the one and only Mushman 9000. What's up, man?
Hey, my brother.
How you doing?
Congratulations on the 2 years, dude.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Super groovy.
Dude, you were looking dapper. You were looking like I don't know, like a hip teenage dude from California in like 1997.
Yeah,
I like
That's pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet. I just got these new shades. It's almost like looking through HD or something.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Cool. Dig
What's
it.
going down?
Well, it's pretty freaking high here in Ohio right now, man. Holy cow. I don't know about you guys. You guys got to be warm too, right?
We were really, really warm, and it's starting to cool down. It's actually raining right now, which is kind of nice.
Good.
But yeah, summer it's gone. You know, it went so fast.
Yeah, it sure did. I mean, this is for me probably the fastest summer of my entire life. I swear to God, I blinked and it was over.
No, I hear it, man. I hear it for sure. Yeah.
Well, I've been seeing. So, by the way, when you sent me Timbit a long time ago, just slowly here and there, I've gotten Timbit out to people. I'm gonna tell you right now, dude. There's not a single person I've given a Timbit swab to that grew it that didn't message me going, "Holy hell!"
Right though.
And that's just growing it. And then recently we had somebody in the Discord who tried it and was like, You didn't tell me. And I go, no, I told you.
Yeah. Yeah. That's, that's probably one of my favorite to eat because they just, they'll take you where you want to go, man. Like for sure. And, it's funny about like recently I just brought them back to Multisport, man. And they are shooting out like something that's totally different than what I thought they would be, but, and I think
really? Like what?
Well, I'm going to show you soon enough here. Like they're just coming out now. And the things that I'm seeing in my grow room, I'm just like, well, I got to really look at it and be like, what the hell is that, man? Like, it doesn't even look anything remotely like the other ones. So that's what I love about it though. The multi-sport, you never really know what you're going to get. I see a couple weird things in there that I'm definitely going to grab and clone, but
nice.
Yeah.
Well, but you also have been recently working a squat, right? A squatty timbit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those little grenades look cool.
Oh, they look really good, man. Yeah. They're pumping out some, fist size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what I love about that, I mean, the timbit dry nice, but every once in a while they're huge. I had one bag that had couple 200-gram fruits in them.
For sure.
I kind of like them when they're a little bit smaller, but I love the squats because they dry so nice.
Yeah, and I dry them, like really low temp and slow. So it takes me a long time, but I find that they cure perfectly that way. Yeah,
yes.
Looks like a gumball.
Yeah, see, I'm brutal. I slice them up.
Oh, you do? Oh,
like Jeffrey Dahmer, I slice them up. Yeah, I do.
Well, that's cool too, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
He grew up just about a couple miles down the road from me, so I like making Jeffrey Dahmer references.
Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah, man.
Like eating your family, I guess, in a way.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's so weird because we live in such a rural, simple, quiet little area. So it's so weird just to think that such evil originated around here.
Yeah. Well, there's evil everywhere. He's just he got caught.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. There's evil everywhere. Well, man, so it's cool to see all that. I'm looking forward to seeing what else you get out of some of those other phenos you're pulling off. Yeah, man, I've gone back to spore on you sent me a clone and I've gone back to spore on it 3 different times. And yeah, it can do a couple different things here and there. It was pretty consistent for me though.
Okay. Well, it's doing something weird to me, man.
I like it.
Maybe, it could be, we got really hot. So growing through the summer was definitely a task for me. We were hitting like 40s for consecutive, 3 weeks or something. So it was a little tough, but I don't know if that had anything to do with it. Maybe it did. Maybe it's just
who knows?
Whatever they're going to do, it's kind of what they do.
Yeah, dude. Well, and hopefully you and we're not gonna let the cat out of the bag just yet, but Mushman 9000 and we're gonna do a little something fun and creative for everybody.
Yeah.
We'll see when we can get that out and about to everybody. But yeah, we're gonna put our heads together and see if we can't do something fun for the community. So
for sure, man. I'm looking forward to that, bro.
Man, I mean, dude, if you live down the road, it'd already be done by now. But
for sure.
Yeah, we'll get it done. We'll get it done.
Man. For sure we will. Yeah.
Cool, man. Well, thanks for stopping by. If you want to hang out for the roundtable, just stick around.
Cool.
And we'll do it.
Sounds good, my brother.
All right, take care, man.
Yep, take care.
All right. That was the homie Mushman 9000, a legendary cultivator. I'm gonna tell you right now, I've talked to and met quite a few. I've seen a lot of mushrooms. He's one of the ones. He knows what he's doing. He's a good guy to be friends with. All right, so next up we got another guy I talked to a lot. A good friend. Got to hang out with him in Mexico. You would think he's been growing mushrooms as long as Dave Wombat, but he's not. He's a quick study. He pays attention. He doesn't second guess good advice. And he brings a lot of his own acumen to the table as well. I'm talking about the instant, sudden, classic cultivator we all know and love, Dichotomus Keys. What's up, man?
What's up? Happy anniversary.
Thanks, man. I gotta find your overlay here. Where the frick is your overlay, DK?
Gotta make me fancy.
I gotta make you fancy. Oh, there we go. You're fancy.
That, man. I'm uptown now.
Love your logo too. The DK genetic key is super hip, super cool. I like that.
Thank you.
Gotta get some gear, man. I'm ready to rock some DK gear.
Yeah, I'm working on all that. I'm slow, but I'm not moving. I'm just slow.
Yeah, if you weren't churning out 5 new crosses a day, you could probably get that done. But I know how you roll. So
balance things.
Yeah.
Do a little bit of everything instead of just a whole lot of this and then a whole lot of that and a whole lot of this.
Exactly.
Whatever.
Yeah. Balance is hard. It's hard. It's hard to do, especially for people like us who get super into something. Down the rabbit hole is a really nice way of saying we completely obsess about something in a very unbalanced way. Yes.
Yeah, it might be a little OCD.
It's true. It's true. It's okay. We're allowed to be.
Yeah.
We are allowed to be. So, what have you been up to since you got back from old Mexico?
Oh man, all kind of stuff. I've still got a lot of stuff I need to get to. Honestly, kind of like the rest of y'all. We're saying you get back, you want to decompress for a minute. I had a ton of things. I was not the guy who had everything work out perfectly as far as, look at it, it's flushing right now when I got home. I had a few funky things I had to throw out. And then I had a lot of stuff to harvest, and then, clean all that up, and then get all the grain bags that I had waiting, try to get those. So I'm trying to play catch up, primarily, plus balancing, trying to get the new business started, getting the fluids going, all that, just a lot of stuff going on. So whatever, but it keeps you busy, makes the days go by.
It definitely keeps you busy. It is not so like if you think about all the common hobbies, right? Like Ellen was on the trip. She's doing her crocheting. She can just set it down. If she doesn't pick that back up for a year, that's okay. Nothing changes. It's still a half knitted, Afghan or whatever. It don't work that way with the mushrooms. Same with mountain biking. Like some years I'm out all the time. I'm biking 3, 4, sometimes 5 times a week. And then last year I didn't do it at all. But that's, you can do that. Mushrooms don't work that way.
Yeah.
They just do not.
Yeah, they don't. They go sideways quick if you leave them alone too long.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's all
and
right.
For some reason, you can't. I don't know about you, but man, if I don't have a tub of something going, it just don't feel right for me.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I didn't get so down so far that I didn't have anything going, but yeah, I definitely had some things go. But yeah, I wouldn't even. That's how it was when I moved, and even then, I had grain bags that were colonizing. I tried to do it to where there was a little time where there was nothing, and it was still hard. It was kind of good too, though, because it got me reinvigorated when I did start back up.
Yeah, see, that's what I was meaning. I like starting over because for some reason, the way my ADHD works, it feels like a little newer. So yeah, it gives me that little hit.
That's how I deal with it. When I start getting burned out, I just get burned out. I quit doing it for a while, and then all of a sudden, luckily with the mushrooms, the lag cycle's not so long that you just break it forever. Within 2 months you can be back up and full swing again, pretty much. So even if you have a little lag time, eventually it catches. Then when you are feeling good again, you have a minute where there's time to work because you had that lag time, and now there's not anything going on, and so now then you can work yourself into a frenzy, and then burn yourself out again, and start the cycle over.
Yeah. Man, I finally got to where I was like, okay, the thing that I don't like doing the most, like substrate. So when I do a sub day, I do it big, so I don't have to do it for a long time.
Oh,
finally figured that little hack out of like, okay, if this is the thing you don't like to do, you what?
I got a friend that does larger scale growing, and he was sterilizing every batch of substrate one at a time in his PC as he did it. It's like, dude, I'd shoot myself.
Wow.
Like, I had to do a big ass batch at one time, have enough to do a bunch. I couldn't do one batch of tub, this batch, another tub. I got a big 100 quart ice test with five bricks in there, and I got 2 of them in rotation. So.
Yep.
I
hear you. Man, if I had space for it, I'd get one of them big cement mixers and just mix it in there.
No doubt. I got
the way to do it.
Oh, that like when I don't know if you've seen those giant, the big substrate mixers like the commercial guys use for their masters mixing. It'd be nice to have one of those for your CV and just do a pallet or so at a time. And
yep.
I don't know if it would hold that long, but a few ice chests at a time seems to work out.
I don't know how. I've never tested that out. I always use it too soon, but I bet if you vacuum seal a bag and it's the 0.2 micron, like a XLSA bag, I bet you could. That would be shelf stable for 6 months, easy.
People, I know. Now I'm gonna show how. I spent a lot of money, but I can also be a cheap ass. When I moved, I had about a half ice chest full of substrate made in the ice chest.
Mm-hmm.
And then I quit sending bags because I moved soon. So it sat there for about a month in the ice chest. Then I moved. And then it was a month before I was ready to put things in sub again. So it's probably 2 months in an ice chest, not even sealed up that well. And I used it and I didn't have any problem at all.
Yeah.
I just had to re-moisten it a little bit. It had dried out some.
Yep.
But I'm not suggesting everyone go use funky ass old cocoa core. Don't blame me when your shit goes bad, whatever. Just saying I got away with it once.
Yeah, I hear that.
And it's sealed in a bag with a filter. You'd probably be fine.
Yeah.
Probably go it a long time.
So you're back in the groove. You'd say you're back in the groove now.
I'm back in about 6 grooves right now. I'm just trying to figure out how to focus the attention, not get cross rutted and go sideways.
Right.
But getting all balanced. So far so good. But I'm not getting everything done I would like to get done, but I'm getting enough done that things are happening. I'm still behind. The only thing I really haven't gotten done that I'm excited to get done that I can't wait to get done that I just haven't been able to do is the Mexico stuff. I got a lot of spores that, subtrops, stuff I can grow. I'm pretty sure that I found myself that I'm really excited to do, and I just haven't had the opportunity to get it started yet. Because I don't want to start it before I'm ready to do it. So
I hear you. Yep, that's where I'm at. I think I'm a week or 2 out. I think once school gets maybe next week, but probably the week after that, I'm gonna try to get that little setup going. And once I got that going, then because I'm not gonna. What I did before was I got all my spawn done, and then I got the bricks ready before my tent was ready, and that's what screwed me up. So I'm definitely getting my setup first. And then go from there. So I'm not going to do the same stupid mistake twice.
I've got pans and Mexicanas and tamps and stuff in my little small. I need to either build a bigger exotic fruiting chamber or I just got to wait one of the two.
Yeah. I'm doing a tower. I bought a rack, so I'm going to have 4 tubs. And I'm going to set it up just like Berserker did, where he's got the pump on a manifold, pumping in the bubblers into all of them, and then a fogger on the other. I'm gonna get a setup so I got 4 different things, so I can run 4 different types of exotics at once, which should keep me more than happy. I think it'll be fine. Because I don't need to do like Mac Reddy did, where he's growing zaps in a kiddie pool.
No,
I don't need that many.
That crazy. I hesitate to say I won't. You never know. But I would like to find a way to have, a handful of tubs. Maybe, that's less than half a dozen or less, to be able to, maybe some TAMs and some subdrops and some zaps. But if it gets too crazy, I just got too many irons in the fire already. So hopefully, that's what I'm trying to figure out, which things I can grow without jumping through too many hoops. And the things that I can, I will. But I don't want to start them until. I'm on full mono.
Right.
So I be able to watch them and get that work done and be able to pay attention. So I just had to fire them a little bit.
Yeah, Barry Bonds, you're trying to step up to the plate for a home run. That's it. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, I've already got the community Mexicanas. I got community subtrops. I got the stuff that's going around the community now. Now I got things I found in the wild. I've already pulled monos from a bunch of stuff in the community. So but I need a lot of, so many projects you can do at once. I ain't trying to rule the world.
As one person, yes, there's just so many. If you win the lottery, you could hire like 18 people, and you could do whatever you want to do. You could be like Elon Musk, but one guy.
Just hire a staff of people to do all my projects for me. Here, let me do all the fun part, and now you go do all the work and clean up when you're done.
Exactly. Yeah.
Nice fantasy, but that's not where I'm at.
The dream. That's what you daydream about when you're pouring agar. You just think about what if.
Is what I daydream about when I'm pouring agar.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe a pathetic fantasy, but it's what I have.
Yeah.
Other people dream of vacations in Hawaii or whatever. I'm over here fantasizing about somebody pouring my agar.
It's the little things, just the little things.
All
right, dude. Well, thanks for stopping by. We're gonna I got one more person in the wings, although his camera's not on, so I don't know if he's there right now or not. We'll have to figure that out.
No.
And then I got a couple guys I think who just told me, speaking of that, they're trying to finish pouring some agar. Yeah, we'll bring everybody back on for the roundtable in a little bit.
I'll be here. I probably got about 6 or 8 more hours in me.
All right, dude. Sounds good. See you in a bit.
I'm just kidding. All right, man. Happy anniversary.
Thanks, man. All right, guys. DK only got 6 to 8 hours left in him. It's 11 o'clock here, so yep, not me. All right. So I'm still waiting for this other guy. He's been in the green room here for a minute, but I haven't seen his face yet. I don't got a video feed. So oh, there we go. Look at that. All I had to do is put it out there in the universe and it happened. All right. So love this guy. This guy is just a very inspirational dude. This guy tried some lion's mane. His buddy had, I think I'm getting the story roughly about right. And he felt the medicinal effects of this mushroom so completely that he was just like, hold the phone. Like, did this little mushroom just make me think better, feel better, have mental clarity, all this kind of stuff? And he went down the rabbit hole just about as hard as you can go down. I think, however, he seems like a real healthy dude. I'm pretty sure he's very healthy. He seems to have balance. So let's bring him on and talk to him about all that. I'm talking about Shay of Microex mushrooms. What's up, man?
What's up? How you doing? It's been a minute.
Yeah, we haven't chit-chatted since the last show, I think. Now, where's your... Oh, here it is. Okay. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm still watching you. I'm seeing you at your tissue lab. I'm seeing all the cool stuff you're doing. You are not playing. I mean, well, no, you are playing. You are absolutely playing. That's the whole thing. Yes, man.
Yeah,
and your capoeira. Oh my God, dude, you should have gone for Australia, man, because you could have just gone and just done that stuff, and it would have.
I appreciate you, man.
Yeah. So yeah, what's up? Talk to me about mushrooms.
So as you know, well, for the people that don't know me, I just got started in 2021, March of 2021, and I was looking for protein. Sorry, protein replacements for because I was trying to do like a vegetarian diet, just because I had never tried it before. Because as a chef, I was never able to eat what I want to eat. I have to taste a lot of food. So I got furloughed during COVID, and that gave me the opportunity to kind of do that. And I just started exploring, and I was looking for protein sources while I was doing the vegetarian diet, and I came across mushrooms. Started buying them. It was too expensive, and then I got like a random North Sport ad. And I bought one of their lion's mane kits, and that shit blew my mind. So like watching it grow each day, like changed my life, bro. Like I got pounds of lion's mane. I've been growing it ever since the North Sport kit. I cloned that kit and kept it alive for like 8 months, and then just died from poor practice. But I learned a lot, and I just kept going with it. So. Recently, I got a job opportunity at Plant Cell Technology, a laboratory, and I worked really closely with them for a while. Shout out to Yoni. And And so I did that for a while, and now I'm kind of like going back to grassroots, like low tech. Like I love low tech because the reason I did it like that in the first place was to save money and also keep it like introductory for anyone that gets into it. So like if you don't have a flow hood, that's fine. I use oven tech for like 3 years. I'm fully flow hood now, but it works 100%. It's all about like your technique and everything. And you go back, if you go to my Instagram, you should check it out. I grow like gourmets, and I forage wild mushrooms and I clone them, and then I grow pounds and pounds and pounds of that shit. And I fucking love doing it. It's like capturing a Pokemon and being able to like, you know, raise it and feed it what you want and see how it changes the morphology and the taste. Especially the taste, like that's one of the things, like in the psychedelic community, I don't think people even talk about taste like that.
No.
I'm a chef, so like when I got into this, I was already thinking about the different tastes between all of them and the textures and the usage. And just by taking any mushroom, you could take any mushroom and grow it in a different condition and change the texture. And this is why I love lion's mane too. If you grow it in high CO2, it gets fluffy like bread, and then you can fry that, and it's like, bro, you're looking for protein replacements? Like I could talk about this all day. It's so fun.
Oh yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna just tell you right now, the
You
enthusiasm.
You okay over there, Geeky?
Yes, your
What's up, man?
enthusiasm is just, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's I remember you had a post.
Can't hear you. I wonder if that's on my side.
Can you hear me?
Let's see.
Oh, we got technical difficulties. Can you see me?
Let's see.
Well, we did good, guys. We got 2 hours in before
see the
technical
victory.
difficulties. That was impressive. Let me take him off and see if I can pull him back on. All right. Do you hear me now?
No. Oh, maybe it has it as a call. Like I have to put my ear up to the phone. I'm not gonna do that. But go ahead, say your part. I'll catch up with you in a second.
Oh man.
And I'll figure out my audio shit.
All right, dude. Sounds good. All right. See you in a bit. All right, guys. That was Shay of Microex Mushrooms. Killing oven tech for a long time. His passion and enthusiasm on his Instagram got him a job with a local tissue culture lab, and he worked for them for a while. And he's back to the roots, trying to make growing mushrooms more accessible for more people. I think that's super commendable because it does cost money. You know, all this crap back here ain't cheap. So if anybody is willing to go, hey, let's figure out how to do this on a budget, whether it's Broke Boy Fan, Oven Tech, whatever, I think that's really cool. All right. Yeah, okay. All right, we got I think I got 2 more people. My next guest, you guys might have heard of him. He's not we got another foreigner. We got another exotic, faraway foreigner to bring to the screen here. I'm gonna give him a minute to get in front of the camera because he's notoriously off camera. There he is. He's back. I will give him another minute to put a shirt on, or not. We'll see. I don't know if he wants to. You guys, some of you might know who I'm about to bring on. We're talking about that's right. Kaz called it. All right. Without further ado, I'm gonna bring on a very dapper looking Ed Grant.
Hey.
What's up, dude?
Gotta get my merch on, bro.
There we go. White hat, dude. You got the white hats, dude. I know you know what I'm talking about. Did you ever go to Grand Haven and cruise around? You wear the white hat, drive slow, try to get all the girls, pay attention to it. Do you know what I'm talking about? No.
Nah, dude, I think I missed out on that. We were just hitting the Taco Bell and making a loop. Like I don't know about that.
Bro, you are looking like you are like a upper middle class white guy in vacation in Aruba right now. You are looking very fly. Yes, I like it.
Well, I was trying to get the color scheme going, the blue and the green. And then I realized I could have put a mushroom there on my logo instead of leaves.
Ooh, I like that hat,
But
dude.
it's a little bit too late now.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I found
Oh,
this
good.
embroidery shop. They can put like embroidery stuff on everything for like $3.
For nothing. Cool, man.
Logos. I don't even know if that's my logo now. I just was like, I couldn't do it. So I was
It's
like,
your
yeah.
logo today for now. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's all good. Hold on. I'm trying to talk and find your overlay. Here we go. Got it. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Cool, man.
Well,
So
hear everybody.
Yeah, what you been up to?
Just kind of probably the same as everybody else, just trying to catch up. I had a little mite infestation there for a little while and just going back through all my cultures and just realizing that, man, I had completely overloaded myself. And just like, I got things that I couldn't recover. So I'm doing the water gel end, trying to do a little water gel and see if I can get some old spores going again. And man, it's just that constant ebb and flow. But sometimes the flow gets a little bit more than the ebb, and it's just like you overload yourself. I knew I was doing it and I just didn't realize it's like the hobby or the mushrooms or whatever. They just kind of tell you like at a certain point, like you need to maybe slow down a little bit. And usually that comes in the form of like some horrible contamination or failure. And so I've learned to adjust my, I think my KPIs for success have been, I don't know, I could say I like lowered my expectations or my goals, maybe.
Sure.
Like, if you set your expectations lower, you'll never be disappointed.
Under promise, over deliver.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
yeah,
I got a feedback. I don't know if I got to talk quiet or what I got to do.
Oh shit, dude! I might need
hear
to
that?
turn off my speakers. Sometimes it
okay.
does it. Sometimes it doesn't.
Okay. How about that tapestry in the background? I love that. Those are some big K-Relescence.
Maybe I had a whole bunch of them. It's got a little black light thing to it too. What do you call that? Phosphorescence? Is that what it is?
Sure.
Just get
I like
confused.
it.
Fluorescence, phosphorescence, but yeah,
I'm
we've been
with
doing
you.
the lives. Me and DK been doing some lives and stuff like that, and I just try to get on there and BS about mushrooms as much as possible. But,
Well,
dude, now I can't.
it's
hear
fun.
You. Shit. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's funny. It normally works. It normally works fine with the JBL speakers, but for now, I don't know why it's not working now.
It's all good. Yeah, Wavy said Ed's been keeping us busy. Yes. Yep.
Damn it, dude. Yeah, it's probably gonna be fucking with my thing here. I don't know why normally the speakers aren't an issue. I don't know why it would have been feeding back. Oh, here we go. Oh, there we go. Okay, I can hear you now.
Cool. Look, there was a touch of a lag, but maybe it got caught up. Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it could be the internet here too. Do you know?
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, cool, great.
So now I look like I look some like old hip hop DJ or something like. God, look, man, you got the black hat, I got the white hat.
Yeah, there you
man,
go.
We're rocking.
We're ready.
Got my Adidas tracksuit on and my.
Yeah, we could be like the Yin Yang twins. Yes.
Yeah, I don't have any pants on at all. No, but I was up in the flow hood, I always like I don't like wearing like clothes when I'm in front of the flow hood, because shit like this will drop particles all over the place.
Oh yeah.
So I always try to be as naked as possible when I'm doing tissue culture work. Well,
only when you're doing tissue culture work. It's hot as balls over there, right? Isn't it just always hot?
Pretty much, yeah. But I'm in the air conditioner all the time, but still it's just nice. Yeah. I don't know. I just like, being free. I'm kind of like I would honestly walk around naked all the time if I could, but there's people around, so they might not like
in-laws. Yeah.
Try to respect Thai culture, and not expose myself in public.
Exactly. That's always a good starting point.
Yeah, that's not what I want to end up in like prison for.
No,
like,
that's not. Yeah, you don't.
They're like, the neighbors saw you naked in your yard, and we had to come check this out. And what is all this other shit you got going on in here? What is?
Exactly.
But yeah, I don't know if it was nice hearing other people's I don't know, I want to say like struggles and whatnot, but it's funny how this hobby I get a little kick, I have to say, about hearing other people who maybe just got into it like 2 or 3 years ago, and they're going through that, like, kind of over that initial, like, elation of like, look at my new life, and then you're just like, oh shit, like I've bit off more than I can chew, and it's like I need to kind of reel it back in a little bit, because I've been through those cycles over and over and over again, and it's just, you move to a new place, you get a new job, you have some horrible contamination episode, and it's just like, you got to really, like, it kind of resets you, to be like, maybe I shouldn't push so hard next time. It's good to have some motivation and initiative, but you can easily overextend yourself in this hobby, man.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's just addictive by nature. I mean, they're cool, they're fun, they're neat. I mean, it happens in gardening too, right? I remember we used to have a 1/4 acre garden. Then my dad said, let's do a 1 acre garden. It was like the worst year of our life. It's scaling up, the scaling up. Everybody wants to scale up rapidly because, when they did it small, it worked, and they don't understand that being a commercial mushroom farmer versus being a hobbyist mushroom farmer are absolutely not the same thing.
Totally. Yeah. There was a lady on YouTube. I wish she wouldn't have took her channel. It was like Jewel or something. And she went through this really detailed, like kind of startup thing. And she documented all her costs and her supplies. And it was kind of interesting to watch her, because it was like, wow, she's really going down that path where it's not going to be sustainable. Like, there's too much going on, and she's invested all this money. And I mean, she seemed a little like financially stable, but I see it here with the restaurants and the bars. Like, every guy that comes over here, retired guy, he's got 3,000-4,000 coming in a month on his pension or his Social Security. He's like, I'm bored, let me open a bar. And it's like, yeah, that's a fucking horrible idea, dude. Like, didn't you see the other 20 guys that own that bar before you? They're not here anymore. There's probably a reason for that.
Yeah.
Like,
I have never had the urge to go to Thailand and open a bar, but I guess that's a thing people do.
Dude, the British guys, it's like their number one priority. Guarantee you get a British guy over here retired within 3 months, probably 3 weeks, if not 3 days. He's talking about opening a bar. Wow. It's like the dream. They want they want to recreate that pub experience that they had back in England. So they want to bring that culture here and recreate it, but they don't realize it either already exists or there's just not the demand for it.
Right.
Which is kind of, something I think we find ourselves into is that, there was this like shroom boom or whatever, and everybody's like, whoa, I want to be an entrepreneur, and you want to just like rush into it. And then you realize, like, there's money and that pie gets bigger, but there's a kind of finite number of people who are going to like buy spores, like, or even
I can think of so many better ways to make money.
Yeah.
If you're here for money, there are way better ways to make money.
Yeah.
Do this because you like doing this. That's like step number one. Otherwise, it ain't going to work out for you.
Yeah, exactly. But that initial excitement of that, like, wow, I made my first money off myco stuff, or I sold my first spores. When that wears off and you get the rent at the end of the month or whatever, the beginning of the month, and you're like, oh, wow, I didn't quite cover that this month. Like, I didn't cover that at all. Like, somebody was saying, like PGT, I think was saying about going back to the old 9 to 5. It's like, and also it's like when the hobby becomes like work, you're like, I used to enjoy this, and now this is like work. Like DK was just saying about, if you're making grain spawn every day, like, it gets old after a while.
Right. It all gets old after a while. People go, oh, the ER must be exciting because it's different. It's not. It's all the same. It's 90 different the sames. There's 90 different versions of the same, but there's just so many things that bring into the ER. So that gets old. I'm sure police officers, right? Their job should be totally exciting, new every day. Who knows what's going to happen? No, that's probably also a boring job.
Probably when you're on your like 100th, your 100th call of like drunkenness.
You know, a drunk guy that hit his wife and he's throwing shit at, like, I mean, it must get real old really fast. Yeah. It's all jobs. All jobs get old sooner or later. I don't know. Maybe that's the ADHD person in me talking, but yep.
I still fantasize about that job I had in the grocery store when I was like 18, like stocking Campbell's soup, third shift. It's like, that was so blissful. Like I could just sit there and listen to music and like stock canned goods. It's like that was like I didn't have to worry about like, oh, I got to get up tomorrow morning and go to the post office when it opens. Oh, and I got to buy more staples, and oh shit, I got to like make substrate. And there's that thing when you're doing it by yourself, especially, you know, it's a lot of time management and one of those. That's the kind of thing that like I don't think people realize when they first start getting into it. Like the website kind of thing when you're vending stuff. It's just like, you know, Dave and his website. You get shut down, and then your social media, your channel gets demonetized. Another thing, people come over here and they're like, I'm going to be a YouTuber kind of thing.
Do they?
And then
what are they going to YouTube over there?
Dude, it's like budget videos, scams, like the 4,000th like story about getting scammed by some bar girl. It's like, wow, you're going to do that again. But people still watch it. It's just like, you ain't going to get the advertisement or whatever. You're not going to get sponsored to like tell stories about how some old dude got scammed by a bar girl.
Yep. Probably not. I mean, I don't know how monetization works for that, but I imagine that's also dicey.
I haven't even bothered to try. I don't even think a lot of people know I have a YouTube video. Like I put that video out yesterday, 2 days ago. Some people were like, oh, I didn't even know you had a channel. It's like, oh yeah, I'm doing that for a while. And me and DK, we get on there and go for hours and hours. And Patrick with we were on there for like 6 hours the other day or something like that.
Yeah, man. I thought that 5-hour episode we did with the Swab Gods episode, I thought that one was long, but nope. You guys are on a whole nother level. You're on the you don't have children level is the level you're on. I could probably easily hang for 6 hours sometimes, but not it doesn't allow for that for me.
Well, you know, when you gotta realize you're like gotta pee for the second or third time, you're like, maybe like,
wow, my bladder's refilled 3 times on this live stream. Yes.
I'm like sitting here restricting my liquid consumption so I don't have to pee again. It's like I'll just dehydrate myself.
Yeah. We're gonna do an intervention. If you start inserting a Foley before your live stream, then we know it's too much.
A little saline drip. Or I'll say it's a saline drip. No, that'd probably get me kicked off. They'd be like, oh my God, this dude's doing an IV. He's hooked up to an IV.
Yeah.
No, it hasn't gotten that bad yet, but it's enjoyable, you know, hearing people's new kind of problems. It's amazing. You think like you've had every problem in the book. And then you hear other people's problems and you're like, wow, I didn't know there was another way to fuck that up.
Yep. Oh, there is. There definitely is. Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, a lot of times it's just look at this picture as it contam, but sometimes it's somewhere I'm like, man, I have no clue. I have not encountered that situation. I could take a guess at it, but I could not officially dig you out of that hole. Yeah.
Yeah. Or you start noticing patterns like cyclical, like seasonal patterns. You're like, oh yeah, that's like a midsummer problem.
Yeah.
In like Arizona.
Oh yeah.
And that's like a February problem in Michigan. Like that's it's like, wow, how much failure have I had in my life?
And what's really funny though, here's what's funny is if everyone just picked a guru and followed their advice to a T, 90% of those problems wouldn't even happen. It's because everybody wants to be so original. Everybody says, well, I don't want to do it quite that way. I hear you told me that you've tried it 40,000 different ways and you chose to do it this way because you found it to be the most foolproof way to do it. But I don't want to do that. I'm going to do it this other way. And yep, There you go.
Well, that's the kind of community. I mean, the people that are drawn to this kind of hobby, they're rebels to begin with, so they don't like authority. Like I'm sure you get a lot of people asking you questions, and it's always that same kind of thing. It's like, here's how you make LC. It's really, really simple. And they're like, but what about agave syrup? And what about
what about Fago Rock and Rye Cola? Could I boil that and use the syrup to create? And it's like, bro, relax.
You could do that. But that's the thing. We probably did the same thing. Like, I was like, let me try to make LC out of beer. I'll boil the beer to get off the alcohol. And then it's like, or I could just use 0.5% LME.
Or I could just do it one of the 3 ways that it's been done for decades. Yeah, but no, they don't want to do that. Yeah. All right, dude. I got looks like I got one more guest here coming in. This guest, I think geographically might be the closest to you. Because we're all very very far away from you. Middle of the Pacific Ocean. We're going all the way over to Hawaii next. And then when we're done, we're gonna bring everybody back and we can powwow a little bit.
Oh, cool. I'll be here.
All right, dude. All right. Ed Grand, PhD, having fun. Definitely you don't get to laugh and joke around with too many PhD level mycologists like you do with Ed Grand. Always good for some laughs, and gems and perspective and good advice. Definitely 100% so glad that this guy one night on a podcast, I forget what he said, made some comments in the chat. I liked what he was saying and how he was saying it. We started talking, rest is history. Definitely cool guy. Hopefully get to hang out with him one of these days. All right, so last but not least, like I said, right now, in this very moment, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, do you guys even know how large the Pacific Ocean is? It is like most of the fricking Earth. And in the very center of it, absolutely near nothing, there are these 2 guys, and they're about to be on the show. They are phenomenal cultivators. One of them has been on the show a couple times. The other will be new to the show. So let's bring them on and let's see who I'm talking about.
Hey, guys.
All right. What's up, man?
Man, you wouldn't believe it. We had the hardest time setting up the stream. I don't know why. All our electronics just decided to go on the fritz. But we got it working just in time. Like literally.
Murphy's Law.
The phone, we're on our phone right now and it's very quiet. I'm gonna try to turn my Bluetooth speaker on and see if we can connect to it, and hopefully we won't have too many issues with
on this end. You sound great, but do you mean you can't hear us?
I can't hear me. Very quiet. The audio on this phone is very quiet. Yeah.
Okay. All right, how do I sound? Better?
Connected.
1 second. I'm going to try to connect to our Bose speaker.
Bose lifestyle system.
Connected to
exquisite audio.
And audio. Can you how's that? Can you hear me now?
You sound the same. It's just more whether you can hear me.
I don't know why, but the phone is saying that it's connected to the speaker, but I can't hear anything over the speaker. So I'm going to try turning the speaker off and back on again.
Okay.
Battery 90%. Connected to CJ Ultra.
It's a real fun time we've been having with this.
Well, can you just not hear me at all?
I can hear you okay. It's just like I have to the audio on this phone is not good at all. But that's okay. We'll make it work.
Okay. All right. Well, so everybody, this is Broccoli.
Hey guys.
We all know Broccoli. But now who do you got to your right there? Our left.
I'm Jay.
All right, what's up, Jay?
Jay Burner.
Jay Burner. Okay, I like it. So you guys are now a team.
Yes.
Cool.
Yep.
I like it. Right.
We've working a lot.
Different in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Yes.
Yep.
I love it. Yeah, man. Well, I'd ask you what the weather in Hawaii is like, but I already know it's like freaking 80 degrees all the time.
Oh, we had a storm just roll through yesterday. It was crazy. It was a tropical storm. Luckily, we didn't get hit too hard over here, but it was pretty gnarly on the other side. But we got some cool cloud formations and some rain, and it was nice.
Nice.
A little
I forgot.
cool.
Are you on Oahu? Are you on the Big Island?
Kona side.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. Nice. That's the good side.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Well, so what you guys been up to? I know there's been you guys are doing something I really admire. You're just trying to, amidst a lot of the chaos that's going on right now in the community, which once we roundtable we can talk about a little bit more. You're trying to just really like bring it all back, and be dependable and consistent and trustworthy and all that. I really admire that. So why don't you tell everybody what you guys have been up to?
Oh gosh, so many things. If you guys watched the podcast a while back, that when I was on with you last, we announced the Emerald Gates Grow Along, and that turned into kind of a false start. A lot of people had issues germinating the spores, so we are sending out replacements, but like a bunch of stuff happened with Amazon. It's a little bit hard to get things shipped over here sometimes, and just things happen, and you got to reorder things sometimes and cancel orders and yada, yada, yada. So we announced that back in April, and it's been a few months already, and we're just trying to get those out as soon as possible. We're hoping by the end of this month. It's basically already the end of the month, and we're waiting on bubble mailers right now. And yeah, it's just been a headache. But yeah, we're getting those out to you guys. If there's anybody who paid for a bundle who didn't get Emerald Gates germination, we are going to be sending out replacements very soon. So don't worry about that.
Nice.
Between that and the lab changing and trying to get liquid cultures up and adjust to different fruiting conditions, because he was in a pretty controlled environment, where the environment that I live in now is a lot higher in elevation. The temperature is a little bit more consistent, but it's summertime, so we get our hot waves, and so it's been a very I would say interesting adjustment into really taking on so many things. Like a lot of these other guys were talking about getting overwhelmed with so much, and wanting to put it down and take a little break. And that's why Brock was like, dude, like I could use some help with this and with this. And it was a couple years of me going into first starting out with cubensis, and then starting to play around with gourmets. And then just as I started getting ready to launch my gourmet business, I had my daughter. And so took that to a wayside and started getting into arboriculture. And that, is a lot going on. And so we're kind of.
Did we mention that we're on solar? We're on solar now.
Agreed.
And
you're on solar in the middle of the Pacific Ocean without bubble mailers.
We've been having some issues with power consumption because we're running the hood. I only have one hood here too. My other hood's at my house. So we're just trying to run it as lean as we can. But even then, it's like we're still kind of struggling through setting up our new fruiting area. Right now, we have it in the house, and basically the whole house right now is mycology supply area. So we're trying to change that. It's just running into problems with funding and also just I just had the move right after we announced the grow along. That was kind of a wrench in the gears for us and pretty much everyone, because they're all waiting on Emerald Gates replacements, and it's kind of been a nightmare, not gonna lie.
It's been a year for many of us.
Yeah. I was watching. Everyone seems like they've been kind of being put through the ringer lately, so it's just part of it, I guess.
Yep. Yeah,
But yeah.
life. I mean, what's it gonna do? Just be nice and easy all the time? For who? Who's ever had that? Nope, nobody. But they don't tell you the shit when you're a kid, right? They go, whatever you want to do, whatever you want to be, it's just your attitude. That's all you got to get right. And yes, the attitude is the part you can control, and you should control that. But nobody really prepped me for the shit.
Yeah.
And how much of it there was gonna be.
Yeah. Jay knows I cuss at the computer all the time. I'm like, why is this fucking thing working? God damn it. We're like about to go on. Get all frustrated. It happens to the best of us, whatever. But yeah, attitude is everything.
I mean, it's really the only thing, right? I've been trying to teach my kid this. I'm like, so look, I'm gonna teach you. You're not in 12-step program. Hopefully you never need to be, but let me teach you the serenity prayer. Some shit you can control, some shit you can't. Worry about the shit you can control, let the other shit go. Easier said than done. It's not in our nature, but yeah, that's about it. Sometimes, I do in the ER, I tell my patients, some of them get real bent out of shape. They're some are just scared to death. And I just gotta look at them and go, you're not gonna die today. And some of them will literally go and go, I'm not gonna. I'll be like, no, dude, you thought you were gonna frickin' die? What? No. Let me teach you, when you know you're gonna die in the ER is when we all look like, holy fuck, and we look worried and we're scrambling and there's 15 of us in the room, then you're probably gonna die. It's just me sitting in here casually talking to you, drawing your blood slowly but surely. You got nothing to worry about. But we got to do that sometimes in life, right? Like, just to go, okay, is this going to kill me? It's not going to. Is it going to be fun? No. But yeah, that's.
Yeah.
But it's hard to do that. We get so, fuck this. Why'd I get a speeding ticket? Why did this happen? Because it's a giant world of a bunch of human beings that fuck up all the time. Amazon fucked up. Yeah. Like Jeff Bezos with all that money fucked up your bubble mailers.
Yeah. But on the good side of things, where things are finally starting to come together, it's just taking a little bit more time, and we're starting up. We just got a lot on our plate. We're trying to do gourmets now, and we're starting up this liquid culture thing with the Genetic House and James Cruz, and also just offering genetics again. It's just, it never ends. There's always little projects happening.
Oh, there it is. I bumped I had an old overlay. Didn't realize I grabbed the old. Yeah. So you are now partnered with James Cruz.
The Genetic House on there.
Yes. Cool.
If you guys don't already know, we also work in Mycotech, but we're also affiliated with James Cruz and the Genetic House. And so, yep.
Cool, man. I think it's good to, work together.
Definitely.
That's probably the better play than working against everybody.
Yeah, or like just being a one-man show is very difficult.
It is.
Very, very difficult.
It is. Now, the other problem, though, is you got to find the right people.
Exactly.
Find the right people. And once you got the right people, you're good. People that have been around, people who are consistent, people who don't let you down. Not always easy to find in the myco community. All stuff we can talk about in a little bit here. Yes.
Oh, yep.
All right, guys. Well, I got one more guest. Let me get to them, and then we'll bring everybody who's still here. I think a number of people went to bed, but whoever we got left, we'll do a little powwow and just try to talk about. I want to talk about the current state of the myco community and what everybody's thoughts are for the future.
All right.
All right, dude. Talk to you guys in a bit.
Okay.
All right. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you too, Jay. Jay, I can't not go to Hawaii like once every 5 years, and I'm real due. So I'll be meeting you real soon.
We'll see you. We'll see you.
Good, man.
All right, guys. All right. So didn't know if we were going to get this last couple guests here. Mouth getting parched. Drink the water. Gotta stay hydrated. I'm getting older. All right. So you guys have met these gals before. they if you're a woman and you're in the online myco community and you don't know who my next guests are, I don't know where you're at, maybe some weird Reddit subthread or something like that. But if you're on Facebook, you definitely know who they are, because they help run one of the largest Facebook groups, period, but definitely the largest Facebook group that gatekeeps men out of it. Gosh darn it. And I don't know why they would possibly do that. I can't think of any reason why women would just want their own space to get away from men for a while. If you don't know some reasons, my wife or they could probably fill you in. I'm talking about the legendary Myco Mamas. What's up, Myco Mamas?
Not much. I don't know about that legendary.
I don't know about that part.
That's
All
pretty
right,
funny.
we're going with legendary.
We're calling you in from Salt Spring Island up in the Canadian San Juan Islands.
Ooh, fun.
And it is
Why can't
pouring down rain here. It's been pouring for a week, and you know what that means.
So is it going to clear up, though?
It is. It's going to clear up tomorrow.
And how long are you still there for?
Just till Wednesday.
I think you got to go out looking for mushrooms tomorrow.
We're going to go out looking for mushrooms.
All right.
And it's been pouring down rain at home, so it's time. We're already seeing our foraging friends finding stuff. So
Mama S is getting excited about getting some of those specimens for the NAMA adventure.
Yeah.
She wants
I
to get
love
some
it.
in the freezer. Yeah.
Yep.
You gotta
Well,
get some NAMA approved mushrooms.
yes, you got to get some NAMA approved mushrooms. Yep, 100%. I think that's great. Yeah, go out and find some mushrooms. Get some other stuff in those little epoxy baths.
Yep.
Bathe them in your epoxy.
We'll do it. We'll have a selection come NAMA at the end of October. So hey, ladies of Mycology hit a milepost this week. 18,000 members.
Man, 18,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
God, now I'm sitting back here going, why aren't they all subscribed to the MycoGeeky Podcast? I'd have like another 8,000 people.
I have no
What
idea.
is
It's
the
not through
deal?
any, because we aren't doing the effort. I mean,
No, not everybody does all the socials. That's why.
maybe they just haven't found you yet. I don't know how.
Could
It's
be.
just a matter of time.
It's just a matter of time. We'll just keep sending them over,
It's a
send
matter
them
of
over that
time.
direction. We've got 20 admins and mods now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Pretty tight.
That's a well-oiled machine over there. You guys are rocking and rolling. I love it.
Yeah, we had a really great camp out on the Oregon coast in June, and then in July we had a Myco Mama's family or Ladies of Mycology family picnic at our farm, and
Very
we had
cool.
about at least 50 people show up for that. I built a outdoor flushing outhouse.
Like the week before.
Like
She's
the
like,
week before.
I was
So-
like, you can rent an outhouse. She's like, I'm going to
No,
build it.
I'm gonna build one because
built it.
then every year we can just have people up to the farm, and then we've got a flushing out. It's got a little sink in it, and everybody came and put their slaps on the inside. It's awesome.
Oh, I'm bringing some. Now, but how is it a flushing outhouse?
I hooked it to plumbing. I hooked it to
okay,
a hose.
okay, I see.
Okay, so there's a hydrant out there behind the barn,
Okay.
and then I have an extra 1,500 gallon RV or not a septic tank with an RV dump, and so I just put an RV hose on it, hooked it into the septic tank, and so it's got water.
So it's like
in
a
it.
remote. It's like a remote, right? It's like remote, but it ties back into your.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
okay,
going to,
But
septic
it's got a real toilet in it and everything.
Nice.
So yeah, so we
Cool.
had let's see, Jason and Shannon came up from Oregon and they camped, and
I can't think of everybody's Myco names now.
yeah, I can't. We had about half a dozen campers for the weekend, and we had Jason DJ'd and our son DJ'd, and Lauren came with her husband, and B was there, and we had a bunch of people, and it was awesome fun.
It's part of our one of our small efforts. We're just, we're trying to keep ourselves or get out there and make efforts towards destigmatizing
and decriminalization.
Winning. And we want to win public support. I mean, ultimately win public support, help people grow and do their thing. And we think that is going to help us get over this hump of and get into some legalization
or decriminalization.
Decriminalization.
Well, Olympia, the capital of our state, just passed decriminalization.
Mm-hmm.
So
that was awesome.
Lots of steps going in the right direction there.
Yeah,
the important stuff. And we, you want to talk about what we're doing? Hippie and a veteran.
Yeah. So we've been, last year we made a promise to send out 100 grow kits to veterans, and we hit our 100 mark. And so,
wow.
Yeah, it was no small feat, but we did it. And we are currently working. We joined the Hippie and the Veterans. We've joined their board. We were talking about doing a nonprofit ourselves, and then it was like,
we decided that was too much work. She's already got it dialed in. And so we're going to work with them. So they put us on their board of directors, and we're going to be working with Lolo. And we've got a new plan and new goals for this next year to send out even more free grow kits to veterans in need of medicine.
Yeah, we've got, we got to give a shout out to Magic Dose, because they donated some ready to go grain bags for some kits, and we got those going to go out here very soon.
Yeah.
And so we're hoping that maybe we get some of the local cultivators, anytime you got those grain bags, I don't want to send it to sub. Send it on over, we'll get ready.
And then we contact Lauren. She gives us addresses. We get them sent out.
Awesome.
People grow mushrooms.
And they feel better. And we get these messages all the time. It's like, I didn't know what I was going to do. I thought I was over. I couldn't get in to see a doctor for, like, the VA is horrible. Like
horrible.
Over a year for some people to get in to see somebody.
Yeah.
And so, so it feels good. It feels good to be able to do little things. And I think little by little, we're educating the masses and kind of
making a difference to a few.
We've had a couple of second phase trials come through. I don't know if you're keeping track of the studies that they're doing. I've been following a little bit of Robin Carhart Harris. He's really deep into I don't know if he aligns with everybody's thoughts or beliefs, but he's definitely doing some great work as far as looking at psilocybin, at least in the controlled setting. But has a couple of second phase. I think there's a third phase coming soon. So that means, and if anybody doesn't know, we need to have legitimate trials happening and you have to go through like 3 in order for it to be considered therapeutic to get rescheduled. And once it's rescheduled, then, and I mean, we're looking at probably years for federal, but I think we're getting close. We're getting close to that place where we're going to be like marijuana was, only better, hopefully, because we'll
learn from their mistakes and we'll do something different.
Right. And we're helping each other kind of get going. People can cultivate it.
But thank God for the internet. Thank God for your program. I mean, we were lucky to just stumble across you a couple of years ago. And, but yeah, all the people we send watch all your back episodes. We're just like, if you want to learn how to grow, you want to learn something new, just go watch some of his old episodes.
A lot of good growers on here.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's good to talk about growing mushrooms, right? It's like, it's one thing to watch a 15-minute Bucket Tech video, but it's another to actually hear cultivators talking to cultivators about cultivation, about issues, about concerns, and just to hear even the tone in which people talk about a thing. It informs me. I've learned way more, all the little minutia, all the little nuanced things by doing this way more than reading a book or anything like that. So,
yeah. And it's, it can be overwhelming for some, but,
you gotta start somewhere.
Well, and we always tell, I've got people, it's like, you don't have to start and learn everything. You can, I've got family members. I'm like, here's a ready to go kit. try it. And then they're like, oh, and then I'm like, okay, now this, you're going to learn to do this part because I don't want to do all the work, right? You do this part.
Exactly.
We'll get you some more of this part and then, and take it one step at a time. So I do have a few people that they're learning it step by step, which works well for them. And we love helping people do that. So, and I figure if we help them, then maybe they'll help somebody and so on and so on.
Yep. That's literally, I mean, this is what everybody thinks all this is magic and it's not, it's a whole lot of work.
Oh, that's it. That's the exciting part is, so, you know, the ladies of mycology does something different, which is we've got 51 subgroups, one for every state. And we don't allow posting of mushrooms or growing questions in those groups. Those groups are only for get-togethers. And so now we've got campouts happening on the East Coast, campouts happen in the Midwest. I think there's like 100 people in the group in Texas. They have get-togethers. They get to know family members. They're helping each other out. And so we're gonna, our plan is this winter, we're gonna expand that network so that we have a group for each country, each major country. We're gonna split Canada up into 4 areas, but each major country is gonna have their own group. So like the UK, we've got a bunch of gals over there. They wanna be able to network. And this is how they're gonna find each other, is through this mycelial network.
That's fantastic.
So and I think people face to face. It's important.
And it is important. And part of the reason is, you know, most of the research, especially when it comes to large dose use of psilocybin, all the research is support set and setting. So then there's this group of people that maybe they got into these studies and now they don't have access and then they need the medicine. Right. But then it's like, we don't have the set and setting. So supporting one another is so, so important because we need people to know that they have support. You can be supported. You can get the help you need. You can, and still it'll be okay. And so the more people we can reach out to, the more groups we have, the more places people have to go and people to talk to. And so, yeah,
that's good stuff. And we're looking forward to meeting you in person.
I can't wait to hang out with you guys.
In
It's gonna be a blast.
Yes.
Yep.
It's going to be awesome.
I think we got a good amount of little people from this community about to go to the greater mycological community. Yes.
I told Mama S, I was like, are we really not going to be able to talk about because we got shut down pretty quick on but I want to expand, I want to learn.
I will tell you this. There's nobody there that doesn't know what a magic mushroom is.
Oh,
they are hardcore mycologists. They are well-versed. They are, however, typically very, I had people quietly coming up to me at a lecture, nudging me or leaning over and being like, very, very quiet. If you bring people back to your campsite and you're having a conversation, that's totally cool. It is not a place to advocate for any of this.
We thought we were out of the closet, but apparently we're back in the closet.
Yeah, it's not even about that. It's and you can talk about.
I'm just kidding. It'll be totally fine.
They're
not a
they're
problem.
just like super mushroom nerds. They want to talk about all mushrooms, not just the ones with psilocybin.
Right, which is why we're going out this weekend and we're going to try to get some mushrooms and some pictures and then
they're going to love all that.
Our knowledge level and using them as resources. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. I was just because we, all of our excitement is over. Well, not all of it, but because we did start with gourmets in our defense. I mean, I can grow a mean gourmet. I just happen to
not want to.
No. One day, I just, it's a lot of work trying to do community outreach. And
that's where our heart is.
Yeah. And, I'm still.
you'll meet people you can talk to about it there. But
Right.
like, I mean, I room next to a doctor, and we talked about it a little bit. I told him what I did, and he was like, "Oh, that's cool." But like, he wasn't looking to have a life-changing experience. Like, he was fine.
Well,
Yeah.
we'll be up for we'll be up for whatever.
We came out of the closet right at the front, and then we got shut right back down. So we'll be being very low key about our other, but we're planning on having a great time. I think it's going to be wonderful. And as far as the preservation techniques that Mama S has been, she's been doing a lot of work and making sure these we can preserve these mushrooms, and I think that'll be of interest. And
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be
100%.
fun.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
fun. We're gonna have a
happy
blast. I promise
anniversary.
you.
Happy
Thank
anniversary.
you.
Congratulations. We're very proud of you.
2 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're doing it. We're just. I feel like maybe next year I'll finally get it all figured out, and then we'll really get rocking and rolling.
And thanks for having us on. We appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah. Go get some sleep, so you can get up and go foraging for some mushrooms tomorrow.
I know this crazy Mama S is like 5 days. Wait, let's start.
Oh,
Let's back up
I
even
did get-
further. 3 days of a EDM festival, 5 days COVID, and then we're up and running.
Yeah.
We stopped at Bass Pro Shops. I got a real awesome pair of foraging boots. So
You're ready.
I'm good. I'm good.
She's like, you're telling my secrets. She just keeps running.
Yeah,
She
that's
just keeps
great.
running.
Them festivals are fun.
Oh, we had such an awesome, awesome time. Oh, Mama D got a new laser engraver, and so she made a bunch of dog tags with. Let me see if I can get this off. They're myco.
Ooh, cool.
mamas,
Ooh, those are
and
nice.
They say spreading love one spore at a time, and then it's got our QR code on the back. We hand out a bunch of those at Base Canyon, so that was fun. And now we're putting these. If you order any genetics from us, you get one of these and some
I
other
like
cool
it.
stuff. She's making coasters. She's making.
I'm learning. I'm learning how to use
She's
this laser,
learning
but-
how. And the fire alarm for the laser only goes off once a day now, so she's getting better.
Nice.
But
That's
yeah,
good.
we'll have some
Yeah,
fun stuff
wow,
with that.
you-
We're
you-
part of the community outreach.
We'll be making some of the stuff for Hippie and a Veteran. We'll be doing some engraving stuff for them, and yeah. So
You never
some
know.
good
awesome.
stuff.
Geeky, something might be coming your way too.
Yeah.
Cool.
I got to
Great.
practice on it, so everybody's going
Yeah.
to be getting showered with
I like it.
crap for a while.
I like it. All right. Well, thanks for stopping by. You guys are welcome to stick around. We're gonna do it's already midnight, so I think I'm gonna keep this roundtable pretty brief at this point. I always underestimate how long it's gonna take to get through everybody. But you're welcome to stick around. We're gonna do a brief discussion about kind of the current state of the myco community. If you want to stick around for that, great. We'll pull you on in just a second. I got one more guest to get through, and then we'll do that. So up to you guys.
Bye.
All right.
Thank
See you guys.
you.
Yeah. All right. All right, guys. That was many people call them lazy. I don't. I say, how could you call the myco mamas lazy? No, I'm kidding. Nobody calls them that because they're doing so much. It's pretty amazing. They definitely set the bar. All right, guys. So I got one more guest. He's been a hot minute since I've even talked to this guy. We used to talk a fair amount, and then just life happens and all that good stuff. But he can grow some mushrooms, and he's also a clinical psychologist. So let me pull onto the stage. Dark Matter Mycology. What's up, man?
Hey, man. Can you hear me okay?
You sound great, dude. Yeah, you're
Oh, perfect. Yeah, no problems. It's been one of those days, so I was expecting to have like some technical issues or something like that.
Oh,
You know
we
what I mean?
had some. No, you didn't. We already did that, so you didn't have to be the person to do that for us. Yes.
No, yeah. But overall, I mean, you didn't really have too much trouble.
That's good. I mean, we had a bunch of people. Yeah, man. How have you been? I mean, I see you're growing mushrooms left and right. You're having a good time. How's it been?
Yeah, yeah, man, and that's exactly it. I'm having a good time doing it. I mean, I hear like the common theme tonight was like, kind of getting burnt out, overwhelmed, kind of, you know, just the hobby itself, and then life, you know, on top of that. So I think, you know, I'm moving along slowly, you know what I mean, at my own pace, you know what I mean, just because I did, like, early on, I was wanting to do a whole lot at one time. And like, I'm like, man, I'm getting burnt out. But, you know, I got into the hobby because I enjoyed doing it. And, you know, once I started like becoming a chore, like substrate, you know, kind of like marking my calendar, like got to do grain, got to do sub, you know, got to make these set these transfers, you know, watching out for, you know, when are these ready to harvest, you know, what phenos do I want to go chase after. And it just became a whole lot, man. And so like, I had to really just kind of step back and, you know, just kind of like reevaluate kind of what my goal is. And it's just, honestly, man, it's just to have fun. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I never got into the whole vending thing, you know what I mean? For that reason, just because, you know, it's constant. Like people are always, you know, just wanting, you know, fast, you know, on like next day shipment type stuff. And, you know what I mean? And it can get.
Wait, our customers can be demanding? Is that what you're saying?
I know it, man. It's crazy.
Never.
Yeah. So
yeah, I mean, so here's the thing, right? Like some people got a career. Some people like their career. Some people got a career, don't like their career, but it costs them a lot of money to get into. Some people got a job, but don't like it. We're all just so different, and you never know what growing these mushrooms is going to inspire you to do. And then some of these people have been growing mushrooms for a long time. I mean, like Dave Wombat's been growing mushrooms for a freaking hot minute, right? It's who he is. He's never going to stop. He's going to be growing freaking mushrooms in the nightstand drawer when he's in an old age home. You know what I mean? Like it's just who he is.
It's awesome. I love his enthusiasm, just like his passion for it. It's cool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And like that alone, man, just being like seeing all that, it's kind of like, all right, this is good enough for me. You know, I might kind of like feed off of that, you know, kind of, but it's good. And you know, it's like, I did want to comment on PGT, you know what I mean? I think it's really important to kind of know, like, you know, when to step back from mushrooms. They're not always for everyone, you know, they're not going to fix everything. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, they're not always going to fix everything. 100%. Yes.
And I think there's kind of like this common misconception, at least for some of the, like, you know, kind of people getting, you know, like doing the early research on it, like it'll fix this, it'll fix that. You know what I mean? It's known to fix or help, you know, with a few symptoms, and, you know, but it's not like a cure all type thing. And you got to know, like he was saying, like predisposition, schizophrenia runs in the family. I think you and I talked about that last time when I was on. You got to really think about those things. You know what I mean? They're not for everyone. You know what I mean? So it's good that he's willing to, you know, accept that, step back and take the route that he feels he needs to go on. And which is really cool. Yeah.
Because again, that's part of the set and setting.
Yeah.
Right? The trepidation, the concern, the fear, if at any point in time you're starting to have those thoughts, that's informing your set and setting, and things change. So yeah. And some people, you know, they need it one time. They need it once in their life, and then it did what it needed to do. Or maybe they need to do it 3 times in their life. Some people seem to want to do it every weekend. That's fine too, if it's working out. But at some point in time, if it doesn't, you definitely have to be able to, I mean, the theme tonight, you just said it, is you got to be able to step back and reevaluate, reassess.
Yep. And it you know, and it's, yeah. And, you know, sometimes it's hard to do, especially when, you know, if it means getting away from the hobby, you know, taking care of, you know, what's going on in your personal life. I took some time off. You know, I took about a month off, man, and I needed it. You know what I mean? I kind of stepped away from everything, kind of, you know, was away from social media for a while, you know, kind of reset. And you know, when I knew when it was time to get back. And like you mentioned earlier, like if I don't have something going, it's just weird at this point. Like, it's like, I need something to kind of look forward to. I need something to nurture, take care of, you know, work on, you know what I mean? So I've gone where I'm running like 10 tubs to 1, you know what I mean? And it's just what I can handle. It's where I'm at, like in life, like what's going on in life and what can I manage and what's, you know, like, you know, sustainable. I guess. Like, what can I,
And that's also part of the evolution, because in the beginning you just get so, I mean, oh my God, 20 tubs, sure.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then the first time I think the first time I did a big run, it was 14 32 quart tubs. And like, I'm just growing for fun. I don't sell. I'm not growing in bulk. I have no agenda. And then I harvested them all, and I was like, what the fuck am I doing growing in these tubs? But in my head, I was like, well, but I'm only growing in a 32 quart. I'm not growing in a 66 quart. So, I appropriately downsized, but I was like, nah, dude. Now I can't grow. I mean, I'll grow in this shit, like just a cup, just small bag. Even I still run XLSA bags. It's still too much mushrooms for me.
Yeah, it's easy. It's easy to get up to 10 tubs, especially when you got all these, different, cultigens coming out, and everyone's crossing this and that, and it's like, whoa, that's cool. That looks cool. And, it's like, geez, like right when you think you got it all, like, okay, I'm gonna run. You got everything lined up. I'm gonna run this, and this. Something new comes in, and you're like, shit. Now I gotta figure out, and then one jumps ahead. So it's hard not to get get ahead of yourself. But, it takes a little effort for me to like just pump the brakes and just like, hey, like, all right, man, you're getting your, and I'm just, it's like me, just my own little hobby. So I don't, if I have 13 tubs, I'm the one harvesting 13 tubs. It's a lot. It's a lot.
It's a lot. And then cleaning them.
Dude, it's a lot. So congratulations.
It's all that.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Yeah, dude. We still got it. We started. I had Dr. Rick on that one time, and we kind of lightly went over that paper from the therapeutic community about like a new paradigm or different types of lenses you could look at integration therapy in a clinical setting. And we got to the part where they really started going into certain things, and I was like, okay, I got to talk to Dark Matter. We got to get them on and talk about that. So hopefully sometime next year we can do that episode. That I think that would be a good episode, because a lot of people are getting to the point where they're tripping, they're having experiences, they're trying to integrate those experiences with or without their therapist. And I think that episode could help people come to the table in a very thoughtful way with their therapist, instead of it being, because there are therapists out there who are like, hell yeah, cool, let's go. And then there are therapists who will be like, you did what? I don't advise that. But if you come at them with that paper and some thoughts and all that kind of stuff, that might guide them in a different direction. So hopefully we can do that sometime in the not too distant future. It'd be fun.
In the paper itself, it's a long read, but it's an easy read. Like there's not a whole lot of these technical terms, and they make the way they laid it out. It's pretty simple to follow. And I like how they did define integration.
Yeah.
That was one of the like key points they wanted to.
Yep.
The purpose of the paper was to really start defining some of these processes involved. Kind of like,
because those terms came from our community, not from their community. And they were like, so we should really, make sure we have a definition of this.
Yeah, it's really cool. Like I've actually shared it with a few friends, and the one modality that stuck out to me the most was sort of like that, kind of process informed approach. More like mindfulness.
Mm-hmm.
Being mindful of like the first phase, prepping, leading into the actual dose itself, and then the second phase of integration and all that. So, I think that modality, mindful, just strictly, from that, framework, I think it's really important. I think I personally, that's the approach I would, kind of the angle I would take. It's just like really just strict, like, mindfulness and a lot of processing, as opposed to like strict, psychoanalytic type therapy, approaches, like dream and like, all these, like, there was something in there where they talked about how it's like a dreamlike state and dream interpretation and all those kind of things. I got
it's a little messy.
Yeah. I think just basic type, being mindful of what you're going through, what you're about to go through, where you want to go, what you want to, accomplish.
Right.
Pretty, helps.
Cool, man. All right, dude. Well, thanks for being on. You gonna stick around for a little roundtable action, or you got something to do?
Yeah, I'm up, man. I'm gonna hang out for a little bit. I didn't realize I was supposed to be in the wing out there waiting. So I was like,
it's all good. It all worked out. It all worked out. Yeah.
Cool.
All right. So let me pull your overlay off. All right, guys. So we're gonna pull everybody back on. So we got Wardrobe, we got DK, we got Ed, who's probably doing something right now. I got Brock and Jay, and if I got Microex, Shay's still on the feed, but he's not there. So if I see him show up, I'll add him too. All right, guys, thanks for sticking around. I definitely thought it wouldn't be 12:10 by the time I got to this point, but here we are. I think it would be fun to just talk about, instead of talking about where we're at so much, because I think the people who this conversation will matter to already kind of probably have a read on where the community is at and some of the challenges it's facing. I feel like in discussing the future, we can kind of address some of that as well. So how about this? Who wants to start off with addressing where you think our underground, at-home, private, home cultivation community of people who are growing these mushrooms, what are we not doing that we should be doing right now? What are we not moving towards that we should be moving towards? What's our big mistake right now that we're not making amidst a psychedelic?
It's hard to see your own blind spots, you know. It's a blind spot is a blind spot, so it's like that is the question: is like, what is our blind spots? I don't know. I think that we are headed in the right direction with keeping it at home mycology and not corporatizing it. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents. I don't know.
So how about, you just said something, how about this? Let's do this question. How many people think that a significant amount of the therapeutic benefit of magic mushrooms will be lost if you just go to Target and buy your caps? If the cultivation component of it is completely erased.
I don't know, man. It kind of was the same way in the cannabis industry, right? Like a lot of people were just cultivating at home, and then as soon as it got to the dispensaries, became legalized. A lot of people kind of like flooded back to the home growing. And there was multiple variables in that, from inconsistencies to cost efficiency and everything else. And I would say the majority of people who are microdosing are just going by word of mouth from a friend, or just taking that dose and having some type of small guidance. But where psilocybin, I feel like, is so different than every other industry is, like Dark Matter is talking about, it's kind of your own internal thought process and understanding, and difficulties sometimes when you're going through that trip. So there's people who hear about it all the time. Oh, try a magic mushroom dose and try some psilocybin, and people are like, screw it, and go out and kind of give it a whirl, and their mind is absolutely blown.
Often, not always, but yes, often I agree.
Right. Where I can kind of foresee not us, but everything kind of going wrong is by making it to where you have to pay a lot of money to a doctor to go in to have a session. Like, we don't need that. That's why we do what we do. We're teaching people how to grow their own medicine from home. So you're right. Kaz just said, read an article, the New Oregon clinics are struggling, charging such high prices for therapy sessions due in part by high cost on entry, licensing therapists, etc. I didn't read it, but I saw the article. It's basically like, cool, they got this
whole infrastructure set up now, and nobody's going. They can't get people to do it. Costs too fucking much money.
Yep.
Yes. Yep.
Well, that's kind of a good thing. At least it's kind of regulating itself, you know. No, not a lot of people are gonna, I don't think, use that because we're kind of keeping it underground. I don't know if underground's the right word, but we're keeping it in the community at home. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As soon as you involve corporations and doctors, you're adding 1, 2, 3, 4 middlemen who all want a decent chunk of that.
They want their little slice of the pie.
Yep.
Yeah.
It becomes unaffordable for most people, and most people battling with depression or any type of other psychological problem. You can't afford to really do anything expensive anyway. Their funds are pretty limited. So to cultivate a home is a lot more cost effective, and then to get on some forums or some groups and maybe get a little guide through that.
It's more fun.
It's way more fun. Yeah.
Who wants to go sit in a doctor's office for 8 hours?
Not me. I mean, sometimes you have to, but yeah, if I can come up with a way to not do that, sure.
I think one thing.
Oh yeah, Geeky, you work at a doctor's office.
Oh yeah, I know. Well, I work at an ER, but yeah, I know about that setting. But
yeah.
All right, Wardrobe. What were you about to say?
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking about the first time I did mushrooms, and this may be different where you all live, but where I live, there aren't a lot of things that just grow in the woods that you can pick and eat and trip on, and that's really cool to me, and that relationship to nature, right? I think mushrooms are, at least in our culture, they're kind of unique in that way, because even the bud that people get, it's very different than the bud I smoked back in the mid 2000s or whenever, the crappy weed that was imported. But anyways, even marijuana seems to be much more of like a laboratory thing these days. Not sure exactly where I'm going with this, but I do think that relationship with nature, seeing the mushroom, holding it, it's kind of fascinating, and it's really cool.
Definitely.
But out of the gate, Jay was like, yeah, but some people just get a freaking cap and try it and like it. And some people just have a trip and are completely disconnected. So that is, I think you made a very important point. Yes, the medicine works, right? It doesn't need to be handed in a certain way. You don't have to take 3 steps forward and 2 steps back and pat yourself on the head and do a dance. It is effective medicine.
Yeah,
100%.
This whole experience as a consumer, you get this bag of mushrooms. Hopefully they look really nice, and hopefully you can consume them in a way that's not completely disgusting, and then enjoy yourself. So there's a sort of a fuller experience with mushrooms, I think, compared to other.
I do agree with that.
And I appreciate that. I know not everyone cares. Some people buy chocolates, order them from California, wherever, and who knows what the fuck they're eating. DMT and fly agarics and all this other stuff. But yeah, some people care, some people don't.
And this actually extends, because you also brought up, there's been a lot of talk about these head shops with just, saying they got mushrooms in it. They don't have mushrooms in it. The same thing is true for a lot of the supplements, where they say whether it's, we have lion's mane, but it's not actually lion's mane. It's mycelium. It's like grain spawn or I mean, on so many levels, we are dealing with purity issues that, for me, at the end of the day, one of the impetuses for the show was like, hey, you don't know this guy. There are people that don't. I mean, like, there are grandmas that are microdosing right now that are growing mushrooms, and they don't know the town drug dealer. They can't go ask a raver. They don't know how to get this shit, but they can watch some YouTube videos and they can connect with some people. And I mean, dude, you just look up how to grow magic mushrooms on YouTube, and as long as you have a brain and you can speak English and you can type on a computer, you can probably figure out how to get some spores and figure some stuff out. That's powerful, right? That way you're or smaller, trustworthy sources that are local who you know. This is the way, right? This is the safe way where you're not worried about fentanyl laced this and synthetic that.
Safety is the word that comes to mind. You can look at the product, and as long as you know what you're looking for, it's pretty easy to tell whether or not they're magic mushrooms.
Yeah. And I've met a lot of people too who, just you share some with or something like that, and they don't even want to, like, I'm like trying to explain like sort of the lineage of the mushroom and who I select, all this kind of stuff, and they're like, I just know it works for me. You do that part, I'll take the finished product. I don't want to know any of that stuff. And I mean, there's you lose some sort of there's something that's lost in that, but it's not for everyone. Like, I mean,
this is like, not for
It's a lot, like we talked. I mean, because like we said, somehow once I got in, I mean, I'm in the rabbit hole. Like, I don't know if everyone wants to get into the rabbit hole. Some people are just okay. Just, hey, are they going to work? Do they work? Are they good? Yeah, they're good. Whatever.
Yeah, it's like everything, right? Some people like to cook. Some people don't. Some people skydive. Some people would never do that. There's so many things that it either turns you on or it doesn't, or you just couldn't be more apathetic to it.
There's nothing wrong with the medical model either, though. I don't want to beat up on that too much. I mean, there's a lot of people in this country that don't care about getting high but could use the medicine, and they're not going to do it any other way. They're not.
That is true.
Do it any other way unless their doctor says. And for them, there should be a pathway to get it through pharma and have your insurance pay for it. If you want to pay the $3,000 or whatever it costs, I don't have a problem with that, as long as that community doesn't come to us and say, well, now you got to stop doing what you're doing, and we're going to control it. We're the only ones that are safe. You guys don't know it. You're the dirty drug dealers who have that. We have the pure chemical product, and your stuff is dirty and filthy.
See, I don't think that'll ever be the case, because our stuff is the original stuff.
No, and I don't know if there'll be enough money in it for Big Pharma for them to really go after us like that either. It's not going to be their big money maker of the year, I don't think. It may save millions of lives. They may make money off of it, but hopefully they won't, look at it like that.
I mean, they'll definitely try to patent a bunch of stuff for sure. I mean, like all these GMO modified corns, right? You can't grow it and this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah, their method.
People still grow corn.
Is their crystallization. They're patenting their crystallization techniques is what they're trying to do with psilocybin. But whatever. I mean, all that will happen. And like I say, that's not my battle. I'm not a pharmaceutical company. I don't care about that stuff as long as they don't tell me I can't grow my medicine at home. I'm perfectly happy to let them produce their medicine however they want to produce it, and whatever. There just needs to be room for everybody. And our side of it just needs to use caution so that it doesn't end up like the 60s. Amazing thing with lots of hope, but it gets a little too wild and the government comes in and clamps down.
That's why being responsible and thoughtful is important. Like, the more responsible, thoughtful advocates in the community, the better. Who are coming from the right place.
You got to get Mike Tyson on. What's up with that? I read something about.
I'd love to get.
Isn't he like?
Dude, he would do it. He would.
Isn't he like?
Get at him.
Or whatever. I don't know.
My buddy met him in Miami one time, and actually he got invited to a house party and said he was like the coolest guy ever. But I mean,
Real still listening to thought when he was doing the mushrooms. I think when he started training to fight again, he quit doing mushrooms.
I mean, you guys know he lost his kid. His kid died in a tragic, like, got her neck caught or something. She died on a treadmill. It was a very young kid playing on a treadmill, and his kid died. It was super tragic. Fucked him up. He went, soul searching and found psychedelics, and
Yeah.
I feel he's like practically like Buddha now. Have you heard some of the stuff this guy's saying? I mean, he sounds like an enlightened human being. He did, however, license the ear gummies. So I mean, there is still some other stuff going on, but yeah, I like Mike Tyson.
Yeah, he's interesting.
I say one thing I would like to not see, though, somewhere between the medical model and somewhere between like where it is now, I would prefer it not to turn it into this like ayahuasca kind of thing that has happened with some of the other entheogens. Like, that's the whole idea. I mean, that's why I started making YouTube videos. So somebody doesn't have to feel like they need to pay $6,000 to go down to Jamaica. It's like you can do this at your home. And like once that information is out there, whether they medicalize it or tax it or whatever the hell they want to do, like people, they can never take that away from people. You know, like knowledge is out there. Like we can never go back to being like I mean, there were books back in the 80s and 90s and things like that, but they can never like somebody out there has backups of our videos, and somebody's like, it's always going to be out there. So even if they shut down a YouTube or whatever, that information is always going to be out there, and somebody else will carry that on after us.
And now we're at a critical mass too, right? Like you have so many people who know how to grow now. It's not just like the old guy. Like in my town, it was like one dude in Fremont, Michigan, and that was the guy who grew the mushrooms in the area, and apparently nobody else knew how to do it. Yeah, now it's... I mean, in 10 years, you go to a party and just be like, oh, you grew them? Oh, yeah, you grew them for a while. Like, it's going to be extremely common. It won't be rare to meet someone who is a very competent mushroom cultivator.
What do you guys think about doing, like, if we were to do something with the caretaker thing? Remember how when cannabis first became legal and we had caretakers that were allowed to grow a certain amount of plants and stuff? What do you guys think about that?
Oh,
I don't think it's a bad idea.
Like, I was thinking about, for sale, like for sales and stuff.
To grow them, somebody else grows them for them, and you're. Yeah, I mean, I don't think, I mean, there's loopholes. People will abuse that to do big commercial ops and whatever. But I mean, I don't think that method.
I was just thinking of it as a standpoint from like.
Yeah.
I was just thinking of it from a standpoint of like the sales, right? Because it's kind of the way that people have to do it now. It's kind of, it feels shady. I don't want to say too much on here, but it would be nice to be able to have it available somewhere, and then people like us, I think, could supply those places and have them.
Yeah, that's kind of what they're doing here, basically. I mean, I think hopefully they're going to do some kind of licensing, so people will grow for the care centers, and there will be some sort of, supervised, whatever, tested, so that not every therapist has to grow their own mushrooms. Not every therapist wants to be a mushroom farmer. So, I mean, they're talking about doing that. We'll see how that goes. And I don't know what other, I don't know even where else it's trying to be legalized or whatever, but the co-op thing, they did a lot of that with cannabis, where you could, you go get your med card, and if you don't want to grow your own, you're allowed 6 plants or whatever, however many tubs of mushrooms or whatever it would be. And you could do that. You could say, okay, I'm gonna, this is my number for my registration. That's 6 plants. I don't want to grow them. I'm going to let this guy grow, and then you keep up with the paperwork, and you can grow that person 6 too, and then they pay you some, fee for your work or whatever.
Yeah, all that. So the minute you go anything into that space, then you got 1,000,001 cover your ass rules that have to exist, because again, like, it's easy to go, $4,000, that's too much. It's only $20 worth of mushrooms. Sure, it is. You start that business. You be right out there doing these, like, very forward-facing public, therapeutic trips, ceremonies, sessions, whatever you want to call them. And who's going to go do these? People with money, people with lawyers. Something goes wrong, you're going to get sued. So you got to have insurance. You got to have a doctor. You got to have a medical director. You got to have a million fucking things that all cost money. And then same with cannabis. You gotta get your heavy metal testing. You gotta get your molds and mildew testing. You gotta do this. You gotta do that. There's 100 things you gotta do the minute you go, this is a legit thing we can do now.
But it just seems like that is like the inevitable, like where it's going to lead to inevitably. But I mean, I can't say that for sure, but it just seems that way to me. Yeah.
I think so too.
Learning curves and growing pains for sure. I suspect that's why they've started here with a totally, you can't make any fucking money off of it whatsoever. Fuck you. You got to give it away. And other than that, we don't want to hear about it. So they're like, that way we don't want to hear this greedy drug dealers and whatever. Nope, you give it away or you don't fuck with it. Now,
we made sure pizza. I'm going to eat right now.
Find a way to adjust that, but no, that's what they're doing here right now. You just gotta, I mean, that's not sustainable, but it's a start anyway.
I think all the things will exist, but sadly, I mean, how's every story end in America? One guy gets really rich. Tell me a story that doesn't end that way.
Yeah.
One guy gets really rich.
That's the only real thing that worries me about it is the one guy. That would be big pharma, and if they get involved, hopefully there's just not enough money in it. They'll try to smash everybody else in existence, which is what they've done with every other compound they've ever touched. But I don't know.
I think that will happen. It's inevitable. Like Brock was saying, I mean, to be honest, like food regulation, I mean, there's so much shit. Like, you know, in Thailand here, like I'll walk outside and I'll eat a hot dog off a stand for like, you know, $0.25. But if I get sick, that's my own responsibility. Right. Like I'm fully aware of that possibility, and there's not, what do they call it, litigious? Like there's not this litigious nature here. Yep. Whereas like if you get sick from some chicken or whatever, it's kind of like you knew it was like, you know, it could have happened. But like in America, people would sue your fucking ass off, you know? Yep. And so you have to get like, you can't, like here, these dudes rock up, you know, you pay like $50 for a food cart, man, and you're like got a business. But you can't do that kind of shit in America. And it's kind of, it's because people are so freaked out about like the litigious nature of Americans and I guess the whole West. And I don't know. I think that's why, like, maybe even if it does get more heavily regulated and all those taxes and checks and heavy metal testing and contam testing and whatnot, at least the home grower still has that option. It's like ketamine. You can't make ketamine. I mean, the average person can't make ketamine at home. The average person can't make, you know, ciprofloxacin. Like a lot of these big pharma drugs, they're not easily accessible. So there's kind of a reason why they have to make those, because the average person can't. Like, you know, some like cholesterol blocker or whatever, like, but we can make this medicine at home. So I don't think there's that same kind of like paranoia about like big pharma taking over as there really like needs to be. Because
that is true. Yes. You're right.
Yeah, but it's kind of like,
can't make
any
pharmaceutical. What
if
pharmaceutical?
I could make,
I can't make Tylenol.
Yeah,
I wish I could. I can't make anything. Well, yeah. What can I make? No drugs. Do they want to sell a drug that I can make?
Yeah.
I don't know. They have to improve it quite a bit.
So maybe it's the public perception.
I mean, it's common sense, right? I don't think anybody has a problem with hey, make sure it's not poison. Make sure there's nothing that's going to fucking hurt people.
Mm-hmm.
It's when they over-regulate to protect their buddy who has a corporate interest in it that people, that's when it gets a little dodgy for me. I don't mind them having I don't think anybody's going to bitch if, well, somebody will. The dirtbag who's trying to sell you some moldy ass bacterial mushrooms, a bitch. Sure. But most people don't. Most people are okay with not selling somebody a product that's going to make them sick or harm them. There's a few dirtbags who don't give a shit. Right. $1, but I think most of us all agree that we're, you know, and nobody wants to bear the expense of all that stuff. But if that's what has to happen, you know, because people will always cut corners, whatever.
And you always have the one person that ruins it for everybody else, right? So it's like,
that is also a tried and true reality. Yes. Yeah. Or in the hospital, right? We get a new policy or procedure. It's because they just got their pantsuit off them for something. And so it gets rewritten to try to prevent that. And so it's policy by litigation. It's not like Yep. Okay, we got to prevent that. That cost us $5 million, so we never want to do that again.
Yep.
You know, and like in a clinical setting, I mean, one of the things you taught early on is if you can't do no good, at least do no harm. You know,
right.
So you know, there's always going to be the potential that something goes wrong, right? Like, you know, hey, you had a bad trip, triggered some kind of like schizophrenia or like we were talking about earlier. And you know, so the legalities behind it, and then put your license on the line. I mean, that's a huge risk to take. You know what I mean? Because you're never 100% sure how it's going to end up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so when you know what I mean, like, so when you think about, you know,
you guys. So I had to pop back in here, guys, because I had a thought on this. I was actually just reading some research papers put out by it's a bunch of lawyers. I'm not sure exactly. I'd have to get the details, but they're talking about the ways to legalization. And, you know, there's the federal, there's the state, and there's all these different ways. And they're kind of comparing it to the cannabis industry and how they went about getting it done. And so I think, you know, there's so many things we look at. I personally think there's plenty of room for people to commercialize and make money in this market, because there's going to be so many people. The more people that need this medicine, I mean, we're just not going to be able to keep up with it. So, but we need the doctors, we need all those people to do legitimate research, because we also need legitimate research in order to be able to legitimize the medicine, right? So I kind of feel like we need them. We may not like what some people are doing with it, but I think that the mushrooms are so complex, it's going to be years before they figure out what's doing what and how. But they are doing trials. They're getting trials done. That's doctors, that's pharmacists, that's, you know, that's all the people that are needing that big money. Maybe Oregon didn't go about it the best way. They can't, you know, they have to charge so much money. Denver, I think did things a little, I'm sorry, Colorado did things better by just decriminalizing it. But it's so complex that, and if you're giving it away, if you're making money off of it, no matter what you're doing, as long as you're doing something, you're doing a good thing. And that's, I just wanted to pop in and say that you guys are all contributing in, you know, something, whether, if that makes sense. Sorry.
Yeah, it does.
I love
totally.
it. Good,
and I sent you that abstract. It's from a annual review of law and social science. I don't even know if it's legit sources. I didn't check it, but
cool.
It seemed to make, I mean, these are a bunch of lawyers. They're like, based on what the cannabis industry is doing,
right?
These are our options to get psychedelics legalized, and you know,
or decriminalize.
Well,
access, because you give everybody access.
And it's whether we use Congress, whether we use like, I can't even think of it, federal reform, or try to go through legislative. I mean, Congress could actually, in one fell swoop, I mean, they do it for alcohol and tobacco, right? They could say, yeah, we're just going to take this off the list. It's not even a dangerous substance, right? But we know that's not going to happen.
Except that, I mean, MDMA, with that just got stopped, and we were so close on that with all the veteran applications, and so I mean, Lauren talks about that all the time.
Got to do those studies the right way. That got shut down because that was a shitty study.
And the DEA, right. Or not the DEA, the FDA needs 3 legitimate. They got to be stage 3 trials, right?
Yeah,
and they get bigger and bigger every time. So you know what our community can do? We can support each other, and also get online, figure out who's doing trials, volunteer. They're going to need to have the psychonauts joining these trials, and we can say, yeah, I have been legitimately using psychedelics for this many years, and take a look at my blood work. Take a look at my, you know.
Mama D going, let's stack this, let's stack the jury.
Denying everything.
I love it.
You're denying.
I mean, here's the thing, though. I'm gonna
that
say
never
this.
gets me.
I'm gonna say this. That I believe in this medicine enough that I don't need to stack the jury. I believe that
No.
The
I'm
only
not
reason
talking
this got shut down was because it was a poorly executed. They just didn't do things right.
No, I'm not saying stack the jury. I'm saying that when you, because they are trying to recruit psychonauts to look at what they're, I mean, these are legitimate studies, and they're trying to recruit people into these studies.
Oh, they are.
And if you,
But they
you
want
gotta,
psychonauts specifically. That's what was throwing me.
Yeah, in some of the studies, because they want to look at long-term effects. They want to look at
Okay.
they're studying work in your brain, and it's like the neurologists are
I
doing
get it.
studies, the psychologists are doing studies. There's a ton of studies going on. Everybody's trying to study it now. But oh shit, I lost my train of thought.
If you were a big psychonaut, you should at least donate your brain to science when you die, so they can start looking at that too.
So Carhart Harris, he's actually recruiting for one of his studies, and he's looking at set and setting now. So which I think I said this earlier, but does it really matter, right? Does the set and setting really matter? Can there be a difference? And he's looking at anorexia, fibromyalgia, all of these things, not just, I mean, they've already pretty much proved that psychedelics help, psilocybin helps with depression, or psilocin, right?
And PTSD.
And PTSD and all of that. So everybody knows it works for that, but we all here know that it works for so much more. And so that's where the scientists are starting to peck away. But it's those other legitimate studies that, because the more they get deeper into the studies, like stage 3 or third stage studies or whatever they call it, we're talking
Phase
thousands.
3. The third
Stage,
phase.
yeah,
the
they
human
start out with 12 in the first stage, right? And then they might get 50 to 100 in the second stage, and then they need thousands. So that at some point somebody's going to be looking for a lot of people that's been consuming psilocybin on a regular basis, and it could be something as simple as blood work. It could be something as a survey or whatever.
Right.
But
so if you eat more mushrooms, that would help.
Yeah,
that way everybody could start by just eating more mushrooms.
Well, shit, girls, you already got 18,000 people in just your all-female group. They're not gonna have problems finding people. The issue will be, is it funded well enough to advertise to quickly?
Right, and they are not funded. Most of these studies are college kids.
Cool. I mean, well, you just keep sending these people my way. We'll get them on the show. You'll talk about them in Ladies of Mycology, and between even 10 or 20 of us, we can probably get them in front of 300,000 people in no time. So,
but if we want we want the people that are doing the research to have the information, right? And if we can't come out from the underground, literally, to support them, then the only other way we might be able to support them is to get involved in their studies if they're looking for somebody who's, consuming. Right. But some of these are just first-time users, of course, right? People that have never had any experience with psychedelics, and they give them this treatment, however it looks, and then they publish these papers.
It's just one big billboard in LA. It just says "Get paid to trip balls," and they're gonna have.
I know, right? I don't know what the problem is. It should be
It will not be a problem. Yeah,
right.
I'm not even worried. Now, my whole thing is, and we have not officially had an episode about decrim versus legalization, but I will say this: all the decriminalization efforts are going to be grassroots and are going to be state and local municipality driven, whereas all the legalization efforts are going to be motherfuckers with money. Motherfuckers with money want it to be legal.
Yeah.
I don't even know how much more there is to talk about it than that. It's all going to pan out how it pans out. People with money are definitely going, it's just like with cannabis, right? People with money wanted it legal so they could make their legal money and not be illegal drug dealers. The minute that happened, everybody with money came out of the woodwork, and then they started saying, hey, but look at all these underground growers. We got to nab them. So they started busting the crap out of them, especially in California. That's what you don't want to have happen.
No, we do not, which is
why legalization is always going to punish us.
Right.
Always.
But that's why we need to make sure that as many people we know as possible knows how to grow mushrooms, because when this thing blows wide open, that's what's going to matter, because they're not going to have, and that's what they did with marijuana, right? When they first rolled it out, they let people, the places that decriminalized it, there was enough people growing that they can't go to everybody's house and start arresting people.
Right.
So, and you guys, I mean,
and then there's also this to be said, right? If I'm an underground grower in Humboldt County and I got 1,000 plants or whatever the fuck I got, they might want to go after me. But if I'm in Akron, Ohio with 6 plants, they don't give a shit.
No, right.
They don't give a shit about small time shit.
Right.
Like you just said, this is what you guys have been talking about for a long time, which is if enough of us are doing it and talking about it, what are they going to do? Arrest everybody?
No, they
100%.
won't. And the thing is the nice part about mushrooms is there's so many places that you can actually, if you want to capitalize, if you got the gumption, right, you can make grain, you can make sub, you can ready to go grain, ready to go. I mean, kids, as long as it's not the fruit, then you're good. There's so
you
many
guys ever
places.
hear that saying that during the gold rush, the only people that got rich were the ones selling the pickaxes?
Yeah.
You guys ever hear that
There
one?
you go.
Yeah.
Everybody here
I mean, I
has
tell
a
people
pickaxe.
every day, everybody wants
here.
to figure out how to make money. Everybody wants to sell the illegal stuff. And I go, you want to know? I don't know a single person who is truly taking sub and grain seriously, not making a shit ton of money. And when I say shit ton, I mean a shit ton.
Yeah.
A lot of money.
So the money's
But
there.
nobody wants to do it. So yeah, they're sure. Exactly. Yeah, but you need all the things. I 100% am still absolutely all about individuals making the decision to grow mushrooms. I want to get all of those people to grow mushrooms. It's not going to be everybody. So then we need other people to grow more mushrooms for the people who go, I ain't never grown a mushroom. You couldn't pay me to grow a mushroom. So somebody's got to grow mushrooms for those people. And there are definitely more of those people than people like us, for sure.
Yeah. And right now,
so
today,
both
I think,
matter.
yeah. And I think what's even more important is that as people experience this medicine, we need to be able to share. We need to be able to gift, gather, and grow.
Yep.
And and maybe some people might be like, well, then that cuts into our market. But really, it doesn't. Because if we can gift, gather, and grow, that's how we can get things going and get things decriminalized. And so then you can, people that want to mass produce or go production, nice jar. We got grain demonstration here. All right.
Hey, y'all,
Yeah. So, oh yeah, go Wardrobe.
Mama
Yeah.
G, to hear you talk. Geeky, thank you for everything.
Oh, you out of here?
Nice seeing you guys. Actually, I got to bail too. Thanks.
Okay.
I just had to pop on. You guys are awesome.
All right. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, and I'll take a look at that article.
All right, Geeky, I got to head out too, man. I got to get up early. Thanks again for having me on. Congratulations.
All right, thanks, man.
All right. Bye, guys.
All right. See
Good night.
Brady Bunch.
All right. We still got we lost our evenness. Oh well.
Bailing out.
Yeah. Right now, I mean, for me, I'm not gonna lie. For a hot second, I was like, I'm going deep on this decrim legalization thing. I'm gonna bring everybody on. I'm gonna have 1 million people on all the time. And then I was like, the best thing I can do is continue to help create content that will enable people to become better and better growers. Even if somebody only has the initial experience of growing and then decides it's not for them, they will be better customers. They will be better consumers. They will be able to assess product quality better. They'll be able to ask better questions. So I've just stayed out of that because I can't. The legalization thing is going to be pushed by certain people. They're going to want it to. Nobody makes money in a Elon Musk sort of way, in a Jeff Bezos sort of way. Nobody gets filthy rich with decriminalization. They only get filthy rich with legalization. And we live in America. That's the American dream. The American dream ain't working for Ford on the assembly line, making $140,000 a year, living in a nice house, paid off, 2 cars paid off. They want to be Elon Musk rich. Everybody does. That's why I kind of cooled it a little bit on that. I mean, it's still good to talk about, but I think the best thing we can do is keep growing our mushrooms and talk to people about mushrooms, talk to people about our experiences using mushrooms. Yeah. Even like Shay, like, man, got to talk about mushrooms are amazing. Just lion's mane. I mean, you know, we think there's a big psilocybin movement going on right now. There's a big just straight up mushroom movement going on. People are going, wait, these are good for us. Yeah. Oh, guess what? Fungus is done. Invented antibiotics. Do you know how many fucking people antibiotics have saved? Everybody. Everybody's got a close family member that'd be dead right now if it wasn't for antibiotics. This is fungus. So yeah, man, fungus is what's up. And we all know it. That's why we're going, hurry the fuck up, world. You guys don't know anything about fungus yet. Ed'll tell me that every day. I'll be like, hey, has anybody ever studied this or figured this out? And he'll be like, he goes, do you know how behind mycology? He's like, there was no money in it. The only thing they study it is how to kill it. They only want to kill it because it's fucking up their crop. Yeah. So all they know about is how to kill a fungus that likes to eat crops.
It's true.
They don't know shit about all the rest of them.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised at how sometimes advanced people think we are, but we're not really like that very advanced. I don't know, but it takes money. The problem is
What's that? Wait, Shay, what did you say?
I was gonna say the way that child being looked at adults just doesn't exist anymore for any adult. It's like just looking at people who
I can't hardly hear you, dude. I don't know why, but I can't. No. Hold on. I don't know. It's a very weird, very boomy, boxy, cardboardy.
That's all right.
Hold on. That was a little better. Yeah, just move
Wanted
that.
to say happy second,
Oh,
though.
there you go. Okay, better. Now we can hear you.
Sequence later.
All right, so what were you saying? Well, okay. I think he couldn't hear us or something. All right.
The audio came back in at the end, but it was a
right
little
at the
muffled.
end.
Yeah.
Oh, in DM he said I gotta go. I'm super tired. Okay. Anyway, it is getting late. Yeah, I guess we didn't have quite as a robust conversation as we could have, but that's okay.
Here.
Yeah, it's only noon for Ed. He's gonna, do 5 crosses by.
Yeah, I gotta pour
dinner time,
plates
yeah.
to do shit though. Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta
no,
pour
just
plates,
actually just
too.
3.
Yeah. Well, but I do like, Michael Mama's always reminding you like we're doing a good thing. And I mean, I just kind of act like I had somebody come at me in email one time going, who the fuck do you think you are? Do you know what you're doing? You're acting like this is okay. You're acting like this was fine. You could get someone arrested. I'm like, motherfucker, I'm one random guy. If you're watching my podcast and listening to me, you're a grown-ass human being. You're making your own decisions. Nobody's trying to act like this isn't a Schedule 1 drug. I mean, if you watch this podcast in its entirety, it gets talked about plenty. It's not anything we're trying to act like it's not the case of, but I love Mama S and Mama D going, we're doing the right thing. I sleep just fine at night. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. I think it's utterly fucking absurd that this stuff is Schedule 1. Next to heroin, you trying to tell me magic mushrooms and heroin are the same thing? One thing makes people's lives better all the fucking time. One thing ruins people's lives consistently all the time. Nah, it's true. So yeah, go grow some mushrooms. If you got the risk tolerance for it for yourself, go grow some mushrooms. If you got some mental health issues, if you got some whatever is issues and needs that are not being met by Western medicine, just give it a try, right? You go to the
and teaching too is you're kind of, I don't know, you're not liable at that point. If you're teaching other people how to grow their own medicine,
They're
that kind
making
of
a
takes the
decision.
liability off of you now. Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, dear God, all these it's just like when somebody was like, "Oh, you made it back from Mexico." Yeah, I was never even remotely worried. What do you mean? Oh, well, the cartel and the this and the that, and some random person on the internet made some threats. Oh, wow. A troll on the internet made some threats about me? Wow, I should probably worry about that, or absolutely never worry about it for 2 seconds. Just like the going to Mexico. You want to know who get in trouble in Mexico? Ed can chime in on this. You want to know who get in trouble in Thailand? People doing shit they're not supposed to do. That's who gets in trouble in Thailand. That's who gets in trouble in Mexico. Some guy trying to score coke and hookers. They get screwed over. They try to get in a fight. The next thing you know, somebody's cousin's in the car. That's how that shit goes down. Just mind your own business. Grow your mushroom for yourself, or have a close friend that grows it. Get some mushrooms from them. Keep it real simple, real basic. Do everything for the right reasons. No issues. No problems. Like,
I have to wonder sometimes, why do like this group of people or the people in the community, like, why do people care so much? Like, I'm gonna do what the fuck I do regardless of what the fuck.
Oh yeah, why everybody's up in your business? Yeah.
Like I wonder.
I don't know why everybody thinks they just dictate each other. If I'm not, I'm a libertarian, and I'll say it to the end about that. If I'm not fucking with your shit, why the fuck are you fucking with mine? I don't need to make rules for you. You don't need to make rules for me. We don't need to decide each other's morality. I mean, if I'm not hurting you and you're not hurting me, it really doesn't matter.
Because they've never had a time in their lives. I can't. Do you know how awkward it is if I walk up to you face to face and tell you your shirt looks stupid? That takes a little bit of gall to do, right? Like,
you said my shirt looked bad. You were talking about my shirt at the beginning.
I was actually imagining DK's, but no, your shirt is more appropriate, Ed. Let's use yours as an example.
Your own shirt now.
Somebody is more likely to come up and tell Ed that his shirt looks stupid. Okay, so as an example, I mean, that's like so audacious, right? Like, nobody does that. Nobody walks up to you in a bar and goes, "Your girlfriend's out of your league, man." But that's the kind of shit that they say online every day because they can get away with it. Every dumb fucking thought that you ever have, some people just say that shit on the internet. It's their hobby. It's how they think it makes them feel good about themselves.
Trolls. Internet is full of them.
Social media.
It's just so easy. There's just no consequence to anything. Say dumb shit in real life, you get knocked the fuck out, right? Like, you can't go into a bar and keep saying dumb shit to everybody all night and not get knocked the fuck out. Someone is going to be that guy.
Don't people
You're gonna get a bad look, or at least
still real life. You might meet
consequence.
You know,
in real life, what? What'd you say in real life?
That whole social media versus real, it's still fucking real life, guys. You might have to meet me one day. If you're trolling and talking shit, people
and don't talk shit to DK because he's a big dude, man. He'll lay you the fuck out.
Shit with y'all. I don't know who you are.
Yeah.
Like, people act like there's just the internet. There's no way I could ever run across you in real life. You'd be fucking surprised how small of a world this is.
It'll get real awkward, guys. Man, I can't wait to meet some of my trolls. I'd love to meet you guys. Come say hi to me. I'll be at the Ohio Mushroom Festival. You can pay to go on one of my MycoTreks trips. I'll make it real easy for you guys. Come be an asshole to my face. At least then I'll respect you.
Yeah. It's stupid, though. There's just
have those slap contests.
Why be an asshole?
Yeah.
Where's it get you?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's too bad, man. It's just, I mean, this medicine, right? It's proof it don't fix everything, does it? Because these are people that supposedly know all about this medicine, but they don't know nothing about this medicine. I mean, yeah, worrying about the wrong things. But that's
okay. So I'm gonna borrow one of your guys' terms that I wasn't familiar with until like a year ago. But I worry about the whatever the way it goes, developing a mushroom version of Chad. Like these dudes that are just
Chad.
Like, I don't know, DK explained Chad.
Don't talk about Brock like that, bro.
I don't want to see like, is it okay? It's a Brock now, dude. You just, oh shit. See, oh, he's hiding now. He's like,
he got mad. No.
Is that the new meme, the Brock?
Yeah, dude, I worked with a Karen. We fucked with her all the time too about that, because she was one, so it was even more fun to mess with her.
I think the good thing about the Chad and the mushroom community is.
So what do you mean? What do you mean you're worried about chads? You don't mean wooks. You mean
I'm not really sure. Okay, that's why I said I just learned that term like last year. So I'm worried about people that, okay, I'll just be honest, and this is probably gonna piss some people off, so no surprise there.
Okay.
There are people that have a supposedly interest in propagating this whole cultivation and the medicine and all this shit, that really their motivation really in the background is money and financial gain. And I'm not talking about
what do you mean
pharma.
You're worried there's going to be chads? There's already a shit ton of chads. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, and they talk the talk. You'd swear to God they really believed all the stuff they said, but it's so obvious they don't.
I don't worry about it at all. I think it's the perfect thing. Come on, Chad. You're gonna invest all your money and you can get real fucking butt hurt when you go broke. You're not. It's not marijuana. You're not going to make billions in mushrooms. I don't think. I mean, I don't know. I think a lot of those guys are going to step into it and they're going to get the bang. I don't. I don't know.
You know, I got friends who will never come on the show. I could never even say their screen names. They sell a lot of things that'll get them in a lot of trouble. And one of them talked to me one day and he said, "I'm gonna tell you this, dude." He said, "If you follow cocaine to its source, it's a really rich guy sitting on a lot of money." He goes, "But if you follow mushrooms back to any of their sources, it's a guy living in his basement with his mom." For real. When he said that, I just thought it was a joke, but that was like less than a year into the community. Yeah, nobody's getting filthy rich doing
this.
this.
Addicted to the mushrooms. You're not out there stealing somebody's car to buy your next sack of shrooms. I mean, it's not that kind of. Those guys are going to be disappointed. There's going to be
everybody I know and respect does this.
Take advantage of, and there's not going to be anybody there to do it. You know, whatever.
I think everybody here with any longevity, who has any character and substance, is doing it because they actually really know how great this medicine is and do feel truly compelled to get it into the hands of people who need it. They had a great experience with it and go, yeah, I mean, I'm a salesman. I can only sell the shit I believe in. I could never sell something that I knew was bullshit. But if I have an experience and something's great, I'm a natural salesman for it. I think that most of the people I've met who been around for a long time, that's where they're coming from. They're like,
so this is where I get confused. Then why do we have this discussion about decrim versus legalization if there's no chads? If there's
there's definitely chads.
The chads
there's 100. I'm saying there's already chads. They're already here.
So wait, by chads you mean like lobbyists, kind of like they just come in and they. Is that where you're?
Like, why do we see? Maybe I'm not really big into the
define
weed
chad.
So no. Okay, let me rephrase it without chad.
I told
you.
When I think of chad, I think of like dude, like a wook kind of like dude. I got these.
I don't know what a wook is.
Okay, so what did you actually mean?
No. Like, I don't care. I don't really care what a wook or chad is. What I'm saying is that why are we so concerned whether it gets legalized or decrimmed or whatever? Because if the people that are in this don't want to make money off it, why do we give a fuck? Let them do whatever they want. We're going to grow our mushrooms. We're going to send out spores. We're going to do
we care because we don't want to go. People don't want to go to jail.
But that's what I'm saying. Nobody goes to jail.
I don't want to go to jail. I got 3 kids, man. I mean, and I'm technically growing mushrooms.
No, see, so you guys are missing it again. I'm not pro decrim. I'm saying, why is there a big difference? Everybody's like, don't decrim. I can tell you why.
I won't like the answer. I think the reason why is because people are worried. The legalized to decrim. With decrim, you don't have to worry about it so much. If it gets legalized, people are worried about the chads, the money guys who don't give a fuck about the medicine or anything else. They just want to get rich. big pharma, maybe somebody like that who has billions of dollars and can stomp on everyone else and take the whole fucking thing for themselves. Or if it's legalized, somebody with deep pockets and money and political connections will come in, have a lobbyist, tell all the politicians, no, those people that are growing mushrooms for themselves, those are the dirty drug dealers. They're selling contaminated product to people. We need to take over and sell this pure chemical that we made in our pharmaceutical lab to everyone. So you make the law, you lock everybody, all those dirty drug dealers, put them in a cage. Let me handle the medicine. That's the worry. I think that's my worry.
Oh yeah, and that's going to happen. That's even. My guess is we're going to have all these nice pockets of decriminalization occur and continue to occur for many, many years, maybe a decade. And then maybe around 2035 to 2040, it's going to be fully federally legalized. And then that's what it'll be then. And then all the regulation will come in. They will most likely have a lot of rules around how you can grow your own medicine. And they will not allow you to make any money doing it. It'll only be for yourself.
Yeah,
that's that's already what's happening. That's what most decrim movements are doing. Is just they're not this is just like everybody moving to Colorado. It isn't legal to sell a bunch of mushrooms like DK just said, right? It's just you're just not going to go to jail for growing mushrooms. You go to jail if you sell a shit ton of mushrooms. So
another idea is, if you have enough, if you decrim it before that happens, then once it's decrim and people know they're not going to get put in cages, a lot of people are going to go do it. They're going to learn. They're going to want, like me, they want their medicine. They're going to learn to do it themselves. And then it's a whole nother, it's like prohibition with alcohol. Once everybody's already doing it, it's real fucking hard to put the cork back in the bottle and say, oh, no. Now that you all love it and you all know you can do it for yourselves and you know you don't need it, I'm going to take it away from you and I'm the only one who can have it, who you can get it from. Well, that's a little hard.
Yeah. Basically stonewalling everyone like us from being able to.
Once everybody already knows the truth, it's hard to tell a lie again. It's hard to say, no, that's evil stuff. That thing you've all been doing and it, made your lives better and you figured out it's not going to ruin your life and turn you into a junkie. No. Well, that's not true. You are going to be a junkie if you get it from anybody but me. That's hard to sell. So that's what I hope, is we can get enough.
I don't think that's gonna happen. We haven't got arrested for what we do now. If they legalize it, I really doubt they're gonna come bust. They're busting like with cannabis out in California. They're busting like 50-acre grows that are obviously circumventing the tax laws, and they're going to the gray market.
Yeah, so they're you're right. They're honestly going to jail because they're not following. They're trying to make a bunch of money, but they're not following the rules.
Yes, they're that's it. They're making money. They're trying to make lots and lots of money and purposely circumventing. It could be
that's like not paying your taxes.
Paying income tax. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't think anybody in the mushroom community is gonna do that. Like, they're not gonna all of a sudden like legalize mushrooms and then I
don't like leaving them. Even like you say with cannabis, there's still I guarantee there's some bitch sitting in a cell right now going, "Fuck you, bitch! I had a quarter bag." There's people they're locking in cages. I mean, it's not us, it's not me and you. Somebody, I don't. It should be heinous. If you're going to lock somebody in a cage for a significant portion of their life, they should be doing something pretty fucking wicked, And
sure,
they
but
still
they're not. But they're not.
See,
that's what I'm saying. You're talking about fictitious shit that's not or never is going to happen.
Yeah, they do that all the time, dude. I just read some article. They chased a guy down and killed a guy, and he had a warrant out for his arrest because of like tinted windows.
Yeah,
chased this guy down and killed him.
So what has this got to do with mushrooms?
It's got to do with what DK was talking about.
There are people in jail for mushrooms. If you don't think that, you can look at the law records. I mean, I don't need to go dig it up for you, but there are people in jail for mushrooms for small amounts.
Yeah. I'm sure they are, but we're not talking about the extreme ends of the scale. For fuck's sake, we're sitting here on YouTube talking about what we do. I'm not really too worried about the police coming to bust down my door. This is the thing. We're not talking about extreme. Like, if they legalize,
Yeah, man, look at
mushrooms
dude,
or
dude.
decrim them, nobody's gonna come throw us in jail for a monotub. That's never ever gonna happen ever again.
Don't say that. Ever again? You don't. Times change, Ed. If you just get complacent and say, we don't need to change laws, we don't need to make rules, it'll be all right. You know, we do.
Oh, I don't know if are you saying that? I don't know if that's what he was saying.
No, you're making this about like U.S. history of the last 150 years. I'm talking about like right now.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
I'm
look,
not bringing
dude,
in all this other shit. I'm talking about mushroom legalization, not
dude,
like fucking other shit.
2 years ago, I started showing my fucking face every day of the week, talking about what city I lived in, what I did for a living, all that stuff. And I had people message me, "You're crazy, you're nuts, you're either a fed or you'd be in jail in a week." And I had talked to 2 law firms about it. I did my homework. I'm not a freaking moron. And they told me there are 5 things you shouldn't do. I don't do those things. I never worried about it. Now everybody's doing a podcast. I've been on the show for, 2 years. Everybody said, well, shit, I guess if they were going to get geeky, they would have already got them. I'm inclined to believe don't sell illegal things, and there is never a chance you're going to go to jail. If you do grow things that are illegal, don't grow a shit ton of them. They don't like people making a lot of money. So just don't make a lot of money. Don't cross state lines with a bunch of money and include federal authorities. If you are just growing mushrooms for yourself and your friends, I mean, find me one example of somebody that got arrested for doing that. There's nobody. Right now, fentanyl overdoses.
Like a system where people have rules where they say, I'm probably not going to lock you in a cage. You're really pretty safe, but I got this rule on a book here that says if you ever fucking piss me off, you're going in a fucking cage for the rest of your life. I don't like that.
And that I agree. I do not want legalization. I think it is inevitable. I, however, think it might take a very long time for it because this is like everybody's been talking about. It's a big movement. A lot of people are growing mushrooms. God, I wonder how fucking many people are growing mushrooms right now actively, even if it's just the all-in-one grow bag. I bet in the United States it's over 300 to 500,000 people. Is my guess, or who have in the last year, who grow a bag of mushrooms once a year, something like that. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's a big thing.
Yeah, and we're also kind of coming out of the whole war on drugs, where marijuana was a Schedule 1 for so long as well, too. And like DK was saying, there's people that got hemmed up for years for a fucking quarter bag, an ounce of weed. But, I feel like is more of this natural movement of, taking more natural supplements and getting away from big pharma kind of comes in. There's a lot more going on with fentanyl and meth and all these other drugs and, fucking domestic violence and all this other stuff that has really got their attention where they're like, oh, dude, what's it really worth to hem up some guy over mushrooms? And the other thing is that a lot of law enforcement agencies are really looking for asset attainment, so when they roll up into somebody's house, what can they get from that individual that they can
a ton of these, dude.
Right. What are you gonna do with slants, man? What are you gonna do with my tubs?
If you're making a shit ton of money,
then they're gonna seize all those assets.
Yeah,
right.
If you have a huge operation, remember that one that post that was recently? I can't remember. It was on the news. That kid who took the fall for that mushroom operation. I can't remember what state that was in, but I was surprised at that. But I guess they were running a pretty big operation, but they said it was like worth $3 million, and they probably just weighed out the substrate and everything. They
weighed everything because the mycelium's got psilocybin in it.
Yeah.
So the number, and that number's been everywhere from $3 to $8 million. Just had somebody mention it. Yeah, I forget his name now. Weston Sewell was the kid's name. It was one guy. He had 1,000 bag grow op. He hired a guy. Guy wasn't doing a good job. He fired him. He didn't pay him. And then, of course, just like Ed told me 2 years ago, you know, everybody's sitting around worrying about DEA, feds, all this shit. He's like, the person that's going to send somebody to jail is going to be a disgruntled girlfriend or a disgruntled employee. Like, this is just basic street smarts. Those are the people who can get you. Oh, yeah, you're not going to pay me my last paycheck? Oh, yeah, guess what I'm going to do? That's how that shit happens.
Even spousal disagreements and shit
100%.
like that. Can't tell you how many times I've heard.
You wanna watch my kid? Yeah. You're gonna have my kid around that when we're divorced now? Bam, in jail.
Yeah.
But it's never really about that. So yeah, same with I think in 2022 in the state of Ohio, there's about 5,100 drug-related court cases that were processed through the courts of Ohio. Of those 5,100 court cases, 10 of them involved magic mushrooms to any degree, any charge that had magic mushroom. 10 out of 5,000. And of those 10, only one wasn't part of a larger overarching bust for a drug dealer selling, at a minimum, every psychedelic you can think of in large quantity.
And weapons charges and previous charges.
One guy got pulled over for a DUI, blew crazy. When they searched his car, they found like a strip of acid tabs. They found a little bag of shrooms, and they found marijuana. Guy didn't have medical marijuana cards, so he got busted for the DUI and the other 3 charges. And cops don't like DUIs. They don't like people. They don't like drunks. So they always throw the book at those guys. That was the only in the entire state for the entire year, only case that wasn't a drug dealer moving a lot of drugs into the community, like many types and quantities of drugs. So, I mean, again, I searched because I didn't want to do something. I didn't want to.
Well, the things, to be honest, they'd be more interested in the tax money you're not paying. If you were moving 10,000, they want taxes. That was the problem with alcohol and all this other shit. It's like usually the reason. It's because they don't want people buying cheap booze. They want it to go through the system so they can tax it.
And if they bust a big coke dealer, they want the photo op. They want 5 keys, 5 bricks, still wrapped, and then a pile of powder. And then they lay that money out, and they want to talk about the money and how much drugs they pulled off the street. And then guess where the money goes, guys? Help pay for
the orphanage.
Help pay for the police. It's the police's money. The police get the money.
That's what I was talking about with like asset attainment. You know, it's if they're not really gonna get anything out of it, you like you said, you show up to some dude's mom's basement, and he's got a few mono tubs, and there's really nothing to see.
Dude,
what do they get out of it? It costs the state way more money.
That actually happened to me. I was at this. It wasn't my grandma's basement, okay, but this lady over here, she hosted me at her place, and I was growing for her, and I didn't know this at the time, but she hadn't paid the mortgage in a long time, and I wasn't there one day. These movers came in and they threatened her to move all her shit, and then the sheriff came. They saw my whole lab in the room, and they kicked everybody out early one morning. I wasn't there, thank God, but they didn't want to touch it. I had mushrooms in there. I had all the stuff. They were like, "Yeah, we found the drug lab," but there was just so much red tape in that property anyway because of the foreclosure. They didn't even want to touch it. So, I guess my point is it's if it's not if they're not getting any monetary gain out of it, there's really it's
or a
small
big news
beans.
presence.
Small beans to them, they don't care. Yeah.
Yo, Brock, do you guys have birds?
Those are coqui frogs.
Okay.
Speaking of which, I gotta go turn the generator on. It's we're probably running low on power.
You know what? You're good. We hit 4 hours, and like I said, it's 1 a.m. and I gotta get up at
4:20, man.
5 a.m. for my daughter, so I should probably tidy it up. But yeah, we should do more. Man, I always keep saying we gotta do more roundtables. They're just a bit of a pain in the ass to do, but we should definitely do some more topical roundtables. I think they're fun. They generate good ideas and thoughts. Yeah. But yeah, everybody, just go grow some mushrooms, right? Like, just if you feel compelled to grow some mushrooms, go grow some mushrooms.
I mean, I'm burning my lab down, man. You got me freaked out, man.
I would not be spending too much time.
They're coming for you.
Delete all.
They're watching this right now.
Those fucking frogs, man. They're tripping me out, man.
Sirens.
Oh man. All right, guys. Well, thank you for hanging out and chit chatting and getting a little bit of a little roundtable action. That was good. And we'll do it again soon.
Yes. Thanks for having us on, and happy 2 years, bro.
Yeah,
I have one thing I wanted to mention before we go. James Cruz and the Genetic House, all of us we got the website up for the Genetics House.
Sweet.
So if you guys get a chance,
And
check
it's
it out.
not the Genetic House; it's the Genetics House, right?
Yeah, we used to have the
Genetics.
genetic. It used to be the Genetic House, but because of domain availability, we had to change it to geneticshouse.com. So yeah, definitely check that out. We're offering LC there now and a bunch of other cool stuff. So yeah.
Awesome. Websites, we all got them now. It's a website world now. That's actually saying a lot if you think about where we've come from. It's pretty cool. All right, guys, I will talk to you soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
See ya. All right, guys. MycoGeeky Podcast 2-year anniversary. Thanks for hanging out. The 80 of you guys who are still watching at 1:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 4 hours and 20 minutes into the show. Really appreciate it. I'm having a blast. I think the conversation at the end of the show tonight kind of highlights how it's easy to think that because you've been growing mushrooms for 7 years or 3 years or whatever, doing a podcast for a couple years, that's all old news. But for the vast majority of this of the world, it is not old news. It is brand new. It is actually news. There are a lot of people who have literally no clue about psilocybin and what it can do. They might only have, the brainwash propaganda that they got in the 70s. And I have found in talking with people who have real needs, real medical needs, real health needs, real physical needs that are not being met by Western medicine, they're pretty open to hearing about this stuff and pretty willing to give it a try. So I think the Myco Mamas are on the right track. I think we have to continue to be great advocates. We have to be well-spoken. We got to be well-educated. We got to know what we're talking about and do the best we can to give people, help people feel safe and comfortable and want to maybe see if this stuff could do something for them. I think we've just not even begun to see the influx of interest around psychedelics and the amount of research that needs to happen and all the things we're going to figure out. I think it's going to be a very interesting. I mean, I'm 47. I'm going to be 48 here not too long, coming up on my getting over the hump. I think the next 20 years are going to be a spectacular display of a psychedelic awakening, a psychedelic exploration. I think we're going to get a lot of science figured out. I don't know how all of it's going to pan out and what it means for a little underground community. But more importantly, we are all part of much bigger communities than our tiny underground myco community. And that's the community that we live in every single day that matters, that we need to fix and heal and help. And hopefully our role in our myco community can kind of be a part of doing a little bit of that. that's truly where I'm at, what I really believe. So anyway, I want to thank all my guests for showing up tonight. I really appreciate it. Thanks for everybody watching. I know it's a little choppy sometimes when I got 100 people on the show, but thanks for hanging in there, and can't wait to do this again next year. So this week, after you guys buy your tickets to Ohio Mushroom Festival and plan how you're going to come hang out with me and a bunch of cool people and learn all sorts of stuff about mushrooms and engage and be a part of the real community. Between now and then, go grow some mushrooms.